Dreams for PS4. Dreams is a game where you're able to create your own 3D models, animations, art, games. If you can dream it, you can make it in Dreams. If you want to check out more of the Dreams content on the channel, make sure to check out the Dreams playlist. This is episode 41 of Dreams. You don't have to watch the videos in any particular order. Right now, I'm competing with Kratos to see who can make something that can get 82 likes on Dreams first. So it's like a race. But that's really all you need to know. Give me one moment. I'm going to pull up the live chat. That way I'll be able to see what you guys are saying in the live chat. And I'm going to send a link to the stream to my friends on Facebook. So apparently the stream quality is not very good right now. And I apologize for that. I don't know why. Let's see. But I have been noticing weird connection issues with my internet today. So I apologize if there are any issues with the stream. There we go. So real quick before we jump into what I've been working on, let me check to see if I have any notifications. Let's see, so I have 5 notifications. Huh. So people have been using Stone Pillar Platform, that's cool. And then someone gave a thumbs up to Arcade Machine Player Character. I'm glad that people vibe with Stone Pillar Platform. So, how many likes does the Arcade Machine Player Character have then? Has 9 thumbs up. We'll see if more people vibe with it over time. So let's check out what I've been working on. Here's what I have so far. I'm still working on it. Yo, that electric hazard looks pretty dangerous. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast / shockproof form and hit triangle to temporarily become immune to electric hazards. So then you open up the menu, do the transformation, hit triangle, and then you can just walk across it. Yo, that platform won't be easy to reach. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your fan lift / fan push form and hit square to summon an invisible fan under you to propel you upwards. So then we go into the transformation menu. We change visually whenever we change our forms. Then we hit square. And now we're propelled up here. Yo, that destructible barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast / shockproof form and hit square to blow apart that barrier with an electric blast. So then we change back to the form that we were earlier. We hit square. And it clears our path. I still need to add more tutorial boomboxes and maybe add some additional hazards. Also, this has 2 different paths, so I've been working on adding tutorials to the left path. I haven't added tutorials to the right path yet. So right here, you have to switch into your tangible, intangible form, and then hit triangle, and now you can walk through that wall. And then if you hit square, the wall's solid again. And then I still need to make this end goal actually in the level. So I have like a few things that I need to add, but I really like the vibe of the level so far. I like the soundtrack, I like the platforms, I like the giant disco ball in the sky, I like the boombox for the tutorial stuff. So I've been adding a lot. The platforms I made from scratch, so that's like all me. The finish line and the start gate were provided by Media Molecule, as well as that destructible barrier, though I restyled it a bit. The characters all me. Let's see. The intangible / tangible thing is all me. The electric cube like the hazard, that was provided by Media Molecule, but I tweaked it a little bit so that it would work with the whole electric proof power that my character has. The disco ball is something I just found, so I didn't make that. The music is not me. I also found that. The skybox is me. I made the skybox. It's actually a skybox that I made for a different game, but I've been using it a lot because I seem to really like dark levels that have glowing effects. But yeah, this level has been my recent project, like my most recent project in Dreams. Hope that you guys vibe with it. So I was going to add more tutorial boom boxes is what I was working on. So I need one for over here. I'm going to create a little landmass where the tutorial boombox can live. Put that right there. Boom, 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 boom. Put it on the edge right here. Oops. Didn't mean to move that. Then I'll open up this microchip. Beth said, is there a fan pool today? I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want to do a fan pool today. So, regardless, we're going to do AI Dungeon 2 tonight at midnight at Central Daylight Time. But we're now doing fan polls like twice a week, when before we only ever did fan polls like once a week. So, I think the special thing about Wednesdays should be the fact that we're doing AI Dungeon 2. Because we already have other days where we're doing the fan poll stuff. But yo, Beth, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? WeeMan123 said hi. Yo, WeeMan, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Let's see. Beth said, not unless I use super chat bribery. So you want to pay me to play a game? Sure, I guess. Like, I'm not against getting paid. Let's see. So right now I'm writing some tutorial text. Yo, that gap ahead is too... It's weird to say that the gap is wide, but I guess you wouldn't say it's long. That gap ahead is too far to jump. Or, maybe that platform ahead is too far to jump to? Is too far away to jump to? I think you would do two like that. Beth said, never mind. Maybe another day I shall make a fan poll bribe. Sure, feel free to pay me money whenever you want. I love you, sweetheart. Let's see, that platform is too far away to jump to. So the tutorial boombox will tell you that you can't make that jump. And then this one will tell you how you're supposed to make the jump. Beth said, I love you too. So let's see, transform into your, I believe it's the dash skate, yeah, dash skate form, and hit square. To dash, well, I need to, yeah, dash while in midair. Nah, to dash mid-jump. That's the easiest way to say it, I think. To cross the gap. I got a little bit of water on my ear. I just got out of the shower. To dash mid-jump. To cross the gap. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we have a little tutorial boombox right here. And now I need one for this. And I could kind of put the tutorial boombox anywhere because the honeycomb gives you a lot of space. Excuse me. See, so we'll place this one down here. Do 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 a. Do 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 do. Oh, and I also didn't make the boom boxes. I like restyled the boom boxes a little bit, and I added a microchip for the tutorial logic. I didn't make the boom boxes myself. Let's see. So let me edit that one and say, that wall is blocking your path. I almost want to call it like a phase block, like, or like a phase barrier or something like that. So I'm going to call it a phase barrier, I guess, to differentiate it from just any wall. That phase barrier is blocking your path. And then we're going to edit this one. Transform into your, I believe it's tangible / intangible form. Yeah. And hit triangle to make the phase barrier. I'm not sure if I capitalized phase barrier last time. I guess I will now, because I don't know why I didn't before. It definitely would be a proper noun, because I made it up. To make the phase barrier intangible. There we go. Cool. So now every area has a tutorial. Let me test the tutorial on the right side. Also, the right side, like I said, needs more hazards. Yo, that platform is too far away to jump to. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your dash gate form and hit square to dash mid-jump to cross the gap. I feel like there's a big space between skate and form. I'll probably fix that. Yo, that phase barrier is blocking your path. Yeah, I do need to capitalize phase barrier. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your tangible / intangible form and hit triangle to make the phase barrier intangible. Sweet. And I still need to make this actually in the level. I also am thinking about adding additional things like collectibles and stuff like that. But for now, let's make those couple of corrections. So the first correction I'm going to make is over here. We're going to capitalize phase barrier. Right here. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Okay, phase barrier is now capitalized. And now I'm going to exit out of that and scoot over here. Let's see. Do do do. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to take away that extra space. There we go. Cool. And then I was going to do something. I know I want the finish gate to end the stage, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I want to implement that just yet, because there's still more that I want to do. Also, I just realized something. So these platforms aren't just black with like colored pads in the middle. They actually are like gray, lighter gray, and then you have like the glowing color changing platform in the middle. But what's interesting is because the environment's so dark and the material is shiny metal, you can't actually tell that these are like different colors. So it just looks black and then color in the middle. So you lose some detail in the dark, which makes sense. It's just something I didn't account for while designing the platforms. Also, it looks so weird when all the platforms are red like this. It looks almost like they're cauldrons of lava or something. So let's see. So if I were to do collectibles... Well, also I wanted to add another hazard. That was another thing that I wanted to do. I need to look at my transformations real quick. Because I know there are at least a couple transformations that aren't tested. Let's see. So we test both things in Electric Blast Shockproof. We don't test any of the things in Bodyguard Attacker. We test Fan Lift, but we don't test Fan Push at any point. We test the intangible part of Tangible Intangible. We test the dash part of Dash Skate. So we can have an area that tests Skate. We could have an area that tests Tangible. I don't know. We don't have to cram too much into one level, though. Like, this level could just test what it tests. But I want to add one more hazard, because right now, if you take the left path, you just have 3 hazards you have to deal with. But if you take the right path, you have 2 hazards you have to deal with. So I'm like, why would you ever take the right path? Which is why I'm also thinking collectibles. If I had collectibles, then you would be incentivized to take both paths in order to try and collect as many collectibles as possible. So that might be what I do. I might have collectibles to incentivize you to go to both. And then you have to do all the hazards if you want to get like the highest score. Or that could be the way that you win the level in general. Because right now I have a race start and finish gate, but it really doesn't have to be this. It could be the score thing. That being said, I don't know if I want to not do the race. You know, you could technically do both things. So that's what I'm currently trying to figure out. It's like, what all do I want to do with it? Kratos discovered something interesting. You're able to modify this and change it to be like a level 1 time or whatever. He did something like that for his game, and I thought that was cool. So each level had its own score. So, I don't see where you interact with that logic. Might be in outputs, maybe? Let's see. So where do I find... So there's display score. That still doesn't tell me what I'm looking for. There we go. That's an auto guide. Those are just trigger zones. The area that says score logic, I expected to have like more stuff in it. But I don't honestly see where it is managing score. And everything's very neatly labeled. But I still feel like I have no idea what's going on. Maybe it's all in the complete ship. And not in anything else. So let me click this complete chip. The complete chip is just a node. It's not like a chip. The fuck? So my brain's like, I know that you're able to use the finish lines to post-score time. I get that. But what if I wanted to change the time for the first level to not be called time, but to be called something else? How would I even do that? Like, at what point are you able to do that? I do think the finish line has some of the weirdest logic. Because once you finish, it also, like, becomes a physical thing instead of being, like, paint strokes. And I don't know if that changes its properties or allows you to see more stuff. It might. I'm gonna try and cross that finish line and then hit start, I guess, after I cross. I had a sudden realization that the finish line changes not after you cross as so much as it changes after the race starts, which is kind of wild. Reverse. Play mode. So all I would have to do is wait until it started. And then go to edit mode, and I'll see that edited race finish. I don't know if it'll like shed any additional light. But I was curious if you could like scope further into things and see things that you couldn't see before. Yeah, that little node right there is so weird. Here's race timer. Maybe it has the score in here. So there's race time. It gets that from a race time wireless receiver. Yo, is the score stuff stored at the start? Oh shit. Okay, that would actually explain a lot. I thought it was handled in the finish line, but I just remembered it is technically like two different pieces. So it has no reason to be stored in the start. I mean, in the finish necessarily. Scope. Okay. So here's where the score logic is kept for that. Aha! So are they calling it go? Where are they calling the score? It's called best time. So if you want a multi-leveled game, you have to change it from like best time to, oh my goodness, I'm still thinking about how this works. You would change it from best time to, I guess, level 1 time. Excuse me, similar to what Kratos did. But at the same time, I'm like, I probably want to change that in every other instance too. Maybe? Yeah, well, at the very least, you'd have to change it for the score modifier. Yeah. So I can probably just change it right here to be level 1 time. And then as long as I keep that naming scheme consistent, that is if I understand what I'm doing correctly. That should allow it to work as it should. And the scoreboard, the better score is lower. It is a time-based score. I don't know why the race stuff doesn't have things like that already pre-programmed into it. Let's see. Better score is lower, it's time. I don't know why the multiplayer and single player boards would be combined. I don't know why I would want that. They sound like they'd be 2 separate boards. So yeah, they're both level 1 time. So that's how I'm going to set the level time. Let me try the little collectible things. Because I've never tried to really make a level with the pre-made score pickups. Where are they at? So the score pickups are right over here. You have a score target goal. It'd be interesting if I made the score target goal prevent you from finishing. I've been thinking about this. Like, if you had to get enough points before you could actually cross the finish line, I think that could be cool. Race time logic? Spin logic. It's interesting they call it a race. Score logic, display logic. Okay. Score modifier. So they call it coins. That's fine. Okay. So it's grabbing current score from display triggers. Trigger zone, score pickup. Powered on, pickup collected. Where is the score value itself being stored? Here it's being modified. So we searched in there, we're actively looking in there. Or are we? We're not actively looking in there. I don't think the score would be stored up here, but to be honest, you can store the score wherever you want. Like, it doesn't really matter where the score variable is. It just needs to be in at least one place. There's a lot of stuff, like, everywhere. I think that's just a node. So that's called score outputs. UI display. Current score. Current score connects from here to here, which connects to this, What did it connect to? I don't think it's spin logic. Did it connect to time logic? I mean, that's this whole bitch. That doesn't tell me anything. This is a node. Let me check this again. It's like, look at it. Look at it. I see it. It looked like it did. Well, I don't know, actually. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm already looking at this. That says display score. Kaylee said, what you doing? So, welcome Kaylee to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you like to talk about on the stream? So right now, I'm trying to figure out how to do a score, but it differs from level to level, using the pre-built score stuff. In order to rephrase that, I want to take their score goal thing that they give you, that Media Molecule like has pre-packaged with the game, and I want to change it to where when it posts score, it posts the score as like level 1 score, so that each level can have its own scoreboard, if that makes sense. So people could potentially go, I want to get the record for the most points on level 1, and then someone else is like, well, I have the record for the most points on level 2, etc. The score modifier right here is coins. Kaylee said, ooh, interesting. Also, now, whenever you say what you doing, I think about Phineas and Ferb. I didn't before, but I do now. So, the score modifier is for coins. But that doesn't tell me the score, though. Like, where's the score variable itself at that it's modifying? So I'm looking around, and I don't know where that nigga's at. He just doesn't exist. Kelly said, do they say that? So in Phineas and Ferb, Phineas has a love interest whose name I don't remember, but she has like long black hair and like a pink bow and like a pink dress, and every episode of Phineas and Ferb, she approaches Phineas and Ferb and says, what you doing? And then Phineas and Ferb say some like really stupid shit, and then she's like, sounds good. And that's every episode. Just like how Candace always goes like, Mom, Phineas and Ferb are doing da-na-na-na again. And then, what are all the tropes? Phineas and Ferb is just like a very formulaic show. So if you've seen like one episode of Phineas and Ferb, you could probably write like 1,000 episodes of Phineas and Ferb. You just break down a lot of those things, and you just do them again, but you just change like one thing. Anyways, I don't remember her name, but that one character says it. Let's see. Where is the thing? I don't know where the coin score is. And what has me fucked up is that this is connected to this, which is connected to this, but then if you try to follow this cord, it goes here. They're like, is this what you're looking for? And it's like, I don't think this is what I'm looking for, because race time logic is already open, and then spin logic is literally just like 2 things. And that's it. So I know it's not connecting back to that. It could be connected to powered on, but powered on doesn't have score in it. It's still a mystery. And what's crazy is that they have all these things labeled. Like the Media Molecule things look super organized. And then you're like, I don't know where anything is. Score outputs is already open. Kaylee said, I don't think I ever saw a full episode of that. I've seen multiple full episodes of Phineas and Ferb. I've never been a huge Phineas and Ferb guy, but I had a friend, Zandy, and Zandy in middle school said that he like really liked Phineas and Ferb, and that kind of threw me for a loop, because I was like, I don't think I know anybody who like really likes Phineas and Ferb, you know what I mean? But Phineas and Ferb to me fell in the same category as like Dexter's Lab, or like Johnny Test. You know, it's about people who invent really crazy things. Oh, and Jimmy Neutron. It's about like kids who invent really crazy things, and they go on like crazy adventures because of the stuff that they invent being involved in some like bigger bullshit thing. All of those shows were kind of the same to me. Kaylee said, have you done Kratos' game? I have done Kratos' game. Kratos actually paid me to stop what I was doing to play his game. And I was like, I would have played your game regardless, but I'm fine with getting paid to play your game. So I hit it up. But yes, I did indeed. What did you think of Kratos' game? I saw you play Kratos' game in that live stream that you did. Let's see. I watched some of your live stream while I was exercising today. Kaylee said, lol, I didn't finish it. You didn't finish it? What happened? So, I ended up not finishing your live stream because I was having internet connection problems for my TV for some reason. I could pull stuff up on my laptop just fine, but my TV was fucking up. So I was like, I guess I'm gonna cut off my TV. Kaylee said, I like the visuals. I'm glad that you vibed. Well, he's really hype about the story. So I would say, if you have the time, it'd probably be worth hitting it up again for the story. I still don't know how to get this score thing to work. Is the score stored in the power-ups? Because that sounds kind of confusing, if that's the case. Oh, I almost fucked it up. Exit the group. And then grab the score thing. Okay. Kaylee said, I couldn't kill the slimes. They kept yeeting themselves off the cliff. You gotta get really close to them, and then they'll kill you over and over again, but you just gotta keep doing it. That's what I did. The slimes are kind of a bitch to fight. Have you tried flying away from them? The slimes actually just go up into the air and yeet you. Kaylee said, I also was in a Discord call during it, so I was only half paying attention. Oh, understandable. Then it might be worth going back just to check out the story elements, because I imagine that would be what Kratos would be really hyped for, is to hear your opinion on the story. That was weird. I, like, hiccuped, I guess, excuse me, but I thought I was gonna burp. And I went in for the pat, thinking that I got the burp, but I didn't get the burp. Let's see, Kaylee said, yeah, lol. Where is the score? It doesn't make any sense. And why is the score modifier coins? So part of what I wanted to do is rename the score from coins to, whatchamaffuckit, to level 1 score. Something like really simple like that. But you can't rename the modifier. You have to rename the thing that it's modifying. I'm like, fuck. Where is the thing that it's modifying? And it doesn't seem like it's in there. I might be wrong. I could just be stupid. And it's just in one of these things. But I sure didn't see it in one of these things. I fucked every one of these bitches open. Like, here's a number displayer. That fucks with me so hard. It's like, look at it. It's right there. Why can't you see it? And it's like, there's nothing right there. Am I, like, not scoped in tight enough on it? Like, is there more? I don't see anything else. Yeah, and then you're in like sculpt mode. It throws me every time it connects back to here, and it's like, that! See, it's that! Duh. Let's see. There might be an easier way to do this. Then like, well, no, maybe. If I could make a score and say that the score is equal to coins. So whatever coins value is what the score's value is, then that could work. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Where's the score modifier in this one? I don't even think there is a score modifier in this one. I think it has like a signal or something that shoots. Well, here's item collected, which is just a node from a counter. So the counter is triggers the node, which triggers another counter, which triggers some animation stuff, which triggers a signal, which triggers power-up smash sound, which then emits some particles. The fuck is this? Item reappears. Okay. Power-up disappears. Show up power. Pulse glow. Powered on. Signal generator. Those shits. Collected. Do I have all the windows open? That's this window. That's that window. Auto guide isn't like a window. Triggers is this shit. That's a node. That's a node. That's a tag. Milkman! Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? So right now, I'm trying to figure out how to get the score thing to work. So I'm making a level. And right now my level has like a little race finish. And I just went through a whole bunch of stuff trying to get that to work the way that I want. To where it posts a score, like a time, for this level specifically, rather than posting a best time that would be for like the whole game. So I got that set up. I'm trying to do something similarly with the score pickups and the score goal, but I just don't know where the little score variable is located. I've been looking for it, but I haven't seen a score variable. I have a feeling that it's just somewhere I haven't looked yet. But let me show you guys what I have so far. Yo, K-Leg, are you still here? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da, ba-dum, bum. So, here's the game so far. Kaylee said yee. So you have two paths in this game, and you get to pick which path you want to go on. This is part of the reason why I want to have pickups, to try and make it where you have to go down both paths in order to get all the pickups. It has like a nightclub kind of vibe. All these boom boxes are like little tutorial things. Yo, that electric hazard looks pretty dangerous. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast / shockproof form and hit triangle to temporarily become immune to electric hazards. So then you transform, hit triangle, run right over. Then you go to the next one. Kaylee said, I like the boom boxes. I'm glad that you're a fan. The boom boxes I did not make myself. So what I did is I took boom boxes that I found that someone else had already made on Dreams. I did very little like editing on the boom boxes to make them have a little bit more glow to them, and then I added the logic for the tutorial stuff. So they weren't originally tutorials, but now they are. Yo, that platform will be easy to reach. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your fan lift / fan push form and hit square to summon an invisible fan under you to propel you upwards. So then you transform, you hit square. Wow. Kaylee said, I used pre-made assets for my short film. Ballin'. And then Kaylee said, Peeps got cool stuff out there. True. For this level, I tried to make a lot of the stuff. So like my character is like all me. but on the basis of like the little mini puppet that they give you. Because now they have the smaller platforming puppet, so I used that, but then I built everything else about him. The platforms I made myself. And then the hazard cube is like an edited thing. Like after that, it is all edited. So the all me ends at the character and the platforms. But the character has a lot going on with him. He doesn't just run around. But I'm trying to create more stuff for other people to use. Yo, that destructible barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast / shotproof form and hit square to blow apart that barrier with an electric blast. Kaylee said, I like the hue change on the platforms. Dance party vibes. I'm glad that you vibe, Kaylee. And dance party vibes is accurate. I was originally going to go with like a disco theme, like you're trying to like escape a disco or whatever. But I don't know. It kind of has the disco vibe because it has the disco ball and it has the disco platforms. But I liked this lo-fi track. I actually really vibe with it. This track is actually a remix of the Dreamcast startup sound. Excuse me. The Dreamcast was like the last Sega console to come out. And it was like one of the main consoles I played while growing up. So there's like a level of nostalgia. Kaylee said disco dance party vibes. Kaylee said, oh, interesting. Yo, that phase barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your tangible / intangible form and hit triangle to make the phase barrier intangible. So normally, you can't go through it. But then, you access the tangible intangible form. Hit triangle. And you can just walk through the wall. So that's everything on the second path. I'll show you the first path. So on the first path, yo, that platform is too far away to jump to. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your dash skate form and hit square to dash mid-jump to cross the gap. And I want there to be more hazards on this path, because then there's just the wall and then you're at the end. So I'm like either more hazards for this side or like have pickups. That way you have incentive to go on both sides. Because right now I'm like, why would you even go on this side? This side has more gameplay to it, so there's like some incentive there. But this side also just has more challenge. So if you're just trying to get to the end, you just take the path on the right and then you're just at the end. So that's why I'm so adamant about the pickups. Kaylee said, wait, why are there two sides? So I wanted you to be able to play the level in different ways. So if you wanted to take one route, you could take that route. But if you wanted to take another route, you could take that route. And then I wanted each route to have its own challenges. I also think it makes the level like more replayable because of the fact that there are like multiple routes. And because they all connect back to the same like finish or whatever, then, you know, it all like works out in the end. Like no matter what, you still get to the end of the level and you get to like go to the next stage. But it allows for you to play it multiple times. It's not just the same shit every time. Like if that makes sense. That's more or less what I'm going for. Let's see. Some of the powers I just feel weird about, like the character powers, because it's hard to make some of them like mandatory things that you have to use. You know what I mean? Because when trying to figure out like what abilities to test, the skate ability I don't think would ever have to be used, like where you have to use skate for something. I say that and then I'm like, well, maybe there might be a way. If there was like a time sensitive situation where you had to move really fast, skate is probably the fastest way to move. The fan push, I don't know if there's anything where you'd have to use fan push. It's just an ability that you could use. I see that more for like enemies. Kaylee said, I gonna go shoot. Be back later. Okay, see you when you get back, Kaylee. I hope that you have a wonderful time. What you gonna get? Shoot a camera or like shoot a gun? Let's see. So we have all these things set up. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I could do the power-up thing, even though it wouldn't save coins for just this level. I could also just make my own power-up. I could be like, fuck it. I don't care about the other power-up thing. If I did, it'd probably be batteries, since you're like a robot. That makes like the most sense. I'll probably use pre-made batteries. I could make my own batteries. But what batteries do they have so far? If I were to use somebody else's batteries. Fuel or battery charge gauge. Battery emoji. Collectible battery. Behaves like a coin. Huh. That's more or less what I want. Let's look at the logic for this. Probably need to scope into it. There's a good bit in here. It says it behaves like a coin. Is there any modifier when collected? Let's see. I guess I'm thrown by some of the logic that's like put into some of these creations. Because whenever I think about these things, I'm just like, I feel like if I were to make this, I would make it a lot simpler. Like it wouldn't have all that like extra stuff on it. So let's see. I'll try and make a battery now. Because I feel like a battery is pretty simple. So you would take a cylinder, something like that, make it a little bit smaller. It's not like a huge cylinder. You would put another cylinder on top of it. That cylinder would be squashed a little bit. Okay. Then you would take another cylinder that's smaller. You'd put it on top of that one. And then you would change the colors on each. So for coat mode, the bottom one should look black. Then the second to the top one should look brown. Yeah, that seems fine. And then the top one should look silver. Then give it a finish. Say a shiny metal. Okay. And now you kind of have like a little battery thing. Ooh, haven't grouped anything together. So I'll group those together. And then, real quick, let me try and add the finish again. Because I'm not sure if I actually applied the finish to all of it or not. I'm assuming I did. Wait, that's shiny. I want shiny metal. There we go. I was like, that wasn't looking right. And then add a little bit of glow. It is like a pickup. So you want people to be able to see it. Give it more of the shiny metal finish. Goodness. Those colors are so dark. Too much of the finish, and you can't see the color. I still want the finish though. So it's an interesting trade-off. Oh, I was still removing finish. Okay. I do think the glow kind of messes it up. I know why I wanted to add the glow, and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, let's remove the glow. Too much glow. I guess I'm more fine with that. I'm still skeptical about the finish. Okay. So now we have a little battery. So let me slap onto the battery, I guess, a timeline. And then keyframes. Cool. Stop recording. And then keyframes are so weird because now I'm like, I want to do another keyframe. And for this one, drag it a little bit down. And then we're going to shrink the timeline down. Perfection. Then we're going to have a ease both, I guess. Kind of blend between the two. If it loops, it'll look weird. Oh, wait a minute. Undo animation. You can animate the timeline doing stuff? That feels very meta. Yeah. See how flickery that is? It's really weird. The reason why it's so flickery is because it animates going up, but then it restarts the animation when it's like coming back down and everything. What I would prefer is something like that. Stop recording. Ping pong. And now, the battery just kind almost want to give it like a little fog or something. Give the battery like a little bit of flair. So we go to cameras and lighting. We go to fog. Attach a bit of fog to it. Give the fog a little bit of glow. Ew. It's like I felt like I liked the idea, and then I saw it, and then I was like, it's a bad idea. Thinking maybe white. Not as noisy. I'm more just trying to give it a little bit of like an aura. Something kind of faint. Yeah, just enough to like barely see it, I guess. Press play. So the battery has a little bit of like a cloud around it. Bobs up and down. Still not like the best battery in the world. For one, I still don't really like the coloration of the top. And to me, it still doesn't look like shiny metal. That's one thing that's like really throwing me. I feel like I've like applied finishes to this 18th times. I think I always go too hard. See, then it's like all black because it's like reflecting the skybox. That to me looks more like the battery. So that's at least one like little improvement. Okay. So next up, I would want to put the actual like logic in it that says that it's a collectible and then it modifies the score. One thing that's kind of weird is that if you do have level by level scores, you're going to have pickups that vary in score for each level, like that have like different score names, and that sounds kind of gross. So I kind of understand why it may not be like a common practice to do it, but I understand also why it would probably be cool to do it. So even though it's a little gross, I'll hit it up. Okay. So we'll take the fog, and we'll take that action recorder, we'll slap both inside this microchip. And then we'll add something, whether it be collision or could be a trigger zone. I honestly think the trigger zone is like the easiest way to do it. You set up a little trigger zone, and when the trigger zone is triggered, the power-up just destroys itself. Easy peasy. But it probably destroys itself on a timer, because you also want it to modify score. I guess it would modify like an overall game score, and it would also modify level score. So we're going to set up a timer. The timer is going to be incredibly short, so probably set it, instead of 5 seconds, it'll probably be like 0.5 seconds. So the timer is activated by the trigger zone. The timer finishes, destroys. Half a second might be a little long. You can set it to like 0.2 seconds. So 0.2 seconds. And then in that 0.2 seconds, you'll have it do two things. It needs to modify a level 1 score +1. That tripped me out. I guess the reason why it's saying level 1 time is because there's like no other score in the area. So I'll pop this sucker in, and we'll just call it level 1 score. And then we'll copy this. We don't need an overall game score. We could have that. I guess that would be fine to have. But I'm going to go with level 1 score. So you have level 1 score. SCORE. Score's capitalized, so I need to go back in. Or else it won't work. So level 1 score is set. So when it's collected, modify that. And the way that it should modify is that it should add 1. So now, it should disappear shortly after you collect it. Yeah. I don't have a sound effect, so I need like a little sound effect that goes off when you collect it. Batteries look alright. Yeah, it's a very standard looking battery. So let's go to sound effects. Not my creations. I could try and make some sound effects. I haven't yet. It probably would be an easier way to get into doing sound design in Dreams than doing like a music track. Maybe the polite machine sound. And let's test that out. It was so fast. Plus, you have like the music track. You just may not be able to actually tell that hard when you collect one. Let me, create like multiple batteries. And then see what it sounds like when you collect like 3 of them. I should hear the sound effect probably at least once. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the sound effect plays, it's just you hear the music more. But that's fine. You know. I don't think anyone's gonna be too upset that you can't hear the battery power up. Ooh. So we have level 1 score, and we have battery power-ups that you can pick up throughout the stages. I probably won't just shove the batteries in the player's face. I mean, I kinda will. But I have an idea for how I'm going to do it. Real quick, I'm going to save this battery. It's a contraption for sure. And I need to stop calling it a power-up. It's a pickup. You already have like a bunch of transformations and forms. So I don't really have power-ups in this game. You just have to know when to transform into what. I guess I should call it like battery score pickup. The front of the name, call it Henshin Robot. Because this is all for the Henshin Robot game. Do 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 do. A. So I'll probably have the like another boombox thing explain what the score pickups are. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to arrange them. You could have a boombox, like on this island. And then you could have a battery pickup. I want one that's almost just like right next to it, to where you would walk over and you talk to the boombox, and then there'd be a battery pickup. So maybe you walk over here, boombox, and then on this island, there's what you're expected to collect as your first battery pickup, maybe. So we can actually just put it in the center of the stage, of that like little stage right there. Then go to My Creations, got the tutorial boombox. And then it's going to say something a little bit different from the other ones. So it's going to say, yo. Always gotta stay charged. Ba-ba. And then I'm going to have it say in the second one, there we go. Try and collect as many batteries as you can. To get the high score. Or I guess I could say to get the highest score possible. Cool. Booyah. So that's supposed to probably be like the first battery that you collect. Then I'll put another battery up here for you to get. I still need to make the finish goal actually in the level. Just something I haven't added yet. I'll put a battery like right over the hazard because you're able to use shockproof in order to walk over it. So it shouldn't actually be difficult for you to get. I'll put a battery right here for once you clear that gap. I'll put a battery up here for once you use fan lift to make it up on top of this high platform. I'll put a battery right here so that after you smash through that barrier, you can collect that battery. I'll put a battery right here for after you make that wall intangible. That way you can just walk through it. And yeah, so now if you want to collect all the batteries, you do have to take both paths. So it incentivizes taking both paths. It's still not like the best incentive ever, but it's not the worst. So we have a level 1 score. So I need to add to the finish line that it not only will post. Well, the finish line needs to also like end the level. So there are multiple things I need to add to the finish line. Let's scope into this. There we go. And then we're going to add a microchip. I mean, really, we don't have to scope into it. I was going to put it inside the other microchip logic that's on this. But to be honest, the finish line is super jank. I'd rather just put my own stuff on here anyways. So here we go. When the race is complete, it'll plug into a timer set to 0.2 seconds. And then it'll post level 1 time . I suddenly had like a weird thought come across my mind. So time, I think, automatically gets posted by the race goals. I don't think you even have to implement any like special time logic in. You just need the door to open. The score, on the other hand, I think does need to be posted. Especially since we just made like a custom score thing. But I don't think you post score with the score modifier. You post score with like the score proper. So the score thing that I made and placed all the way over there. Oh, that's actually the music track. Here we go. I need to push that onto that microchip over there. There we go. So level 1 score, get rid of the score modifier. This can go off as soon as you complete the race. I'll post the score. For this one, higher score is better, and it's just a number, and the boards are separate. There we go. scoot that down a little bit. And then trigger a doorway. On finish. There we go. That'll take you to the next level. There we go. So that will incentivize taking both paths in order to get the highest possible score. So you can go for best time and you can go for best score. And there are multiple obstacles that test all your different abilities. The level itself isn't super hard, especially with all the tutorial boom boxes telling you like, this is how you do this and this is how you do that. But maybe as like a level 1 to a game, you know, something that isn't supposed to be super challenging anyways, it's not a bad introduction to like what to expect. I still feel weird about that menu. I feel like a couple of those things were too close together. Let's see. I think this is the easiest one to do first. I think we can cheese this one with fan lift. Yeah. I believe that's the highest possible score. Yeah, there's nothing too crazy in this level. To be honest, I could have done more with the hazard cubes. Really, I need to create like an enemy type that I feel like really would make this like a super interesting thing. But again, as a level 1, I don't think it's that bad. There's only one thing in the whole level that can kill you, but there's a lot of tutorial stuff. Like, it's mainly to just teach you, hey, you know, later on when I use these things in a more complicated manner, you like already know what to expect and you know how to solve each one of these problems. So that's good. I mean, this more or less seems like a complete stage. I think the one gripe I had while playing it I felt like that menu, the stuff looked too close, but now I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't think it's that bad. That was fine. Yeah. Very, very simple tutorial level. I think I'm down to like actually save it. Release as public. Edit the cover page. We'll call it like Henshin Robot Tutorial Level 1. It's weird to say tutorial level 1. Just say like level 1 tutorial. And if I want, I could do like multiple sub-level ones or whatever, because I don't have like a story made or anything. I could tell more of a narrative with it. Level 1 tutorial. I'm not sure how much people care about, like, the font. That. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Like, does anyone see, like, one of these fonts and, like, freak out and go, like, yeah! Oh, man, I'm, like, hella more hyped for the game. Because it has a font I like. I feel like it changes the feel of the page. Like, the different fonts that you have. I like that one. I feel like that fits. I really like taking pictures of stages, like where you see the stage in full as the cover photo. I'm not sure if people fuck with that or not. But I think it's cool to be able to see the stage. Okay. Release online as public. I don't like that you have to go back in and then say, that's what I want to use as my cover page, when it could just let you do that from the get-go. Once it's public, it's forever, and then it's like you have to make all these other things public. Oh, I could probably go down there when it says that and not have them all be unlisted, because that's one thing that's annoying. Going back and then listing all of those things, which I guess is what I'll do now. I don't think I've ever noticed that you can like toggle them from that page. And yeah, it can be added to a dream. That way people can find it when they dream surf. Then they're like, you'll have to save it here in your creations, which is like the worst place to save it. Because I don't want to really save any of the stuff that I make in dreams locally. I'd rather it all be public. It goes like immediately to everyone to be able to use it. I like that to at least be a choice. Like for me to be able to say, hey, you know, I just want it public from the get-go. I don't think it was that one. I think it was that one. Yo, Kaylee, welcome back. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I'm releasing Henshin Robot as a game. Let's see. So I would say it's definitely a platformer. There are no kills in this first level. Like, you don't kill any enemies. You probably could, though. I wouldn't mind a stationary enemy that just hurts you if you get close to it, but you can kill it from a distance. Because that just sounds like a legitimate obstacle. Like something that gets in your way, but it doesn't, like, aggress you, I think would be nice. Kaylee said, I hit my target right before it started storming bad. Hey, congratulations on hitting your target before the storm. I do hear storm sounds. Let's see. Third person. I want it to be a third person platformer. I hope Beth is doing alright. I know Beth doesn't care for storms. I'll probably send her a message real quick. So it is a third person platformer. I don't really know what else I would really say. You talk to a boombox and you're a robot that transforms. Is that weird or surreal? It's very random. Kaylee said, I didn't know that. I'll shoot her a message too. Ballin', thank you. I'm sure that she'll appreciate it. I guess science fiction, because you're a robot. And then it is weird. You talk to boom boxes. I don't know how whimsical it is. Whimsical is a very specific descriptor. Let me shoot Beth a message real quick. Do 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 do. So I'm just gonna ask her how she's feeling. And then we'll see. Oh, and she asked me what is a Kickstarter earlier. And I didn't know how to respond in like a really quick response. So I just didn't reply. But I will send her a link to Kickstarter. I asked her a couple questions about Kickstarter because she sent Kratos a Kickstarter link. And it was something that Kratos really liked. And I was like, yo, like something that Kratos really liked on Kickstarter. That was really cool for Beth to like send that to him. I was like, I wonder what stuff Beth looks at on Kickstarter. So then I asked her a couple questions about Kickstarter, and she didn't even know what it was. Which I guess surprised me, because I was like, how'd she send the stuff to Kratos? I'm like, she must have just saw that it was something that Kratos liked without knowing what Kickstarter was, and then just hit him up. And then I wrongly assumed that that meant that she knew what Kickstarter was. So I'll hit her up with a link. Kaylee said, ooh, interesting. Let's see. Gazelle said, cool. Yo, Gazelle, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Let's see. So I just released this game. Henshin Robot Level 1. I'm now going to take all these things and release them as public, because they're not public yet. Izanagi said it's selling out. Yo, Izanagi, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Let's see. The boombox is also unlisted. Oh. So, Godzilla and Izanagi, you guys haven't really had a chance to see this game I've been working on yet. So I'm excited to show you guys the game. It threw me because it appeared behind the center. Okay. Save version. Boom, ba, boom, ba, ba, boom. Okay. I thought I just saved this one. I must have saved something that looks very similar to this, but not quite this. So the reason why I save everything as public is so that anyone can use the stuff that I make in Dreams. Let's see, I also save everything as public because otherwise it actually takes up space on your PS4. And that's very unnecessary for it to take up space on your PS4, when you could just access everything online. So I think I just heard someone's patio furniture get like knocked over by the wind. I think that's what just happened. There was a notice put out not like today, but a while ago, that was like, hey, if you have any patio furniture, you should like put it up. I don't think there was ever a notice that said, it's okay, you can put your furniture back out. So if someone's stuff got blown over because it's like in the storm, I think that's kind of their fault. I think they told people to put away their patio furniture maybe because they were doing pressure washing. That was a thing not too long ago. Izanagi said PS4s have several hundred gigabytes, if not a couple terabytes. PS4s do have hella room, not gonna lie. Still, would rather get rid of stuff that I don't actually need saved on my thing. Because you can save everything online, I'm like, there's really no reason to keep all that. There we go. Godzilla said, so you know the distracted boyfriend Nickabenson meme? I am indeed aware. He said, I made a new one. Then Izanagi said, it's selling out. Oh, speaking of PlayStations, what did you guys think of the new PlayStation 5 controller? That was like big news yesterday. Did you guys hear about it? What are you guys' thoughts on it? I want to hear more about this create button they're talking about. Because the PS4 controller has a share button. And they say for PS5, they're getting rid of the share button, but they're keeping the functionality in create. But they said that they're not ready to talk about the create button until closer to launch. I'm like, the fuck does that mean? Because that implies that it's more than just the share button with a new name. Like, it sounds like, excuse me, my apologies. It sounds like it's going to have different functionality, like it's going to do different stuff. So I'd be interested in checking that out. So Izanagi, why do you feel like the PlayStation 5 controller looks dumb, in your opinion? Oh, also Izanagi, here's the latest level that I've made. Oh, it already has 1 thumbs up. Thank you to whoever thumbs up the game that I just released. Yo, always gotta stay charged. Try and collect as many batteries as you can to get the highest score possible. Kaylee said, it looks like it's going more in the direction of an Xbox controller. I honestly didn't get that vibe from it, like when they were showing it off. Well, what makes you feel like they're going more for an Xbox controller vibe? Yo, that platform is too far away to jump to. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your dash/skate form and hit square to dash mid-jump to cross the gap. Izanagi said, because the PlayStation controller design has been consistently solid throughout the years. So you feel like they're changing too much? I honestly didn't think it sounded bad. Like, the thing that I read on it explained all the new changes. I was like, well, it just sounds like it makes sense to me. They're like, we had people with multiple different like hand sizes try it out. They had to fit certain like haptic feedback functionality into the controller and stuff like that. They changed the position of the light bar, and they're like, with each of those changes, we had to change the design a little bit. And they're like, that's why it's different. And I'm like, at least there's a reason. It doesn't seem like they're just arbitrarily changing it. Izanagi said, and they change it up in favor of lacking flavor. I think the new controller design looks cool. It's a two-tone design, which I think is like a new thing for them. So real quick, I'm going to not go toward the finish, but I'm going to loop back real quick to show off the second path, and also to get all the power-ups. Well, not power-ups, but pickups. Yo, the destructible barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast/shockproof form and hit square to blow apart that barrier with an electric blast. Okay. Right now I'm going through it backwards, again, just to collect all the little things. Okay. Now, here's what it would be like if I had gone through it forwards. Yo, that electric hazard looks pretty dangerous. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast / shockproof form, and hit triangle to temporarily become immune to electric hazards. Which is what we did earlier. And this one goes, yo, that platform won't be easy to reach. Use R1 to access the transformations menu, transform into your fan lift / fan push form, and hit square to summon an invisible fan under you to propel you upwards. Ooh, here we go. So, Kaylee said, what I don't like about the Xbox controller is the bulkiness. This one looks more bulky. Well, maybe the additional functionality will make up for it, maybe it won't. It really depends. I can't say too much until I put my hands on it. All I can really say is that there aren't many game controllers I dislike. I don't like the N64 controllers. I feel like they're kind of clunky. Let's see, Godzilla said, this looks like a drug trip. Thank you? I don't know if you vibe with it or not. Let's see, Izanagi said, giving a character all these powers at the start doesn't really matter if they're only going to be used once, and they tell you when to use them. Well, this is like a tutorial level, Izanagi. This is actually called Level 1 Tutorial. So it's just to teach you how to use all these things. Izanagi said bulk is fine, but a consistent PlayStation problem is stick position. Really? Tell me more. Because I don't seem to have any problems with sticks. Now, I never owned a PlayStation 1, but I did own a PlayStation 2, and I had two different... Fuck it. I had two PlayStation 2s, two PlayStation 3s, and now I have a PS4. And I'm probably going to get the PlayStation 5. And I haven't had any problems with stick position. What's wrong with the stick position? I guess some people would prefer it where the D-pad is. That's never bothered me. Like, Xbox controllers and PlayStation controllers to me are about the same. You know what I mean? I don't think I've ever been like, they're so different. N64 is like an alien stick. Like, I don't know why they designed it like that. So that's why that's like one of my least favorite. I don't like the Pong controller either. The Pong controller I don't think is comfortable. That like little stick and button, it's simple, but the joystick I think has always felt like really janky on a Pong controller. Let's see, real quick, let me refresh the live chat on my computer because it stopped updating on my computer. It's still trying to load it up. Also, thank you to whoever hit that like button. Truly appreciate it. Beth said, thanks for checking up on me, Jet. I love you. I love you too, Beth. I feel like I read that comment. If I didn't, I apologize. But I feel like I remember seeing that. Let's see. Godzilla said, I vibed with it. I'm glad that you vibed with it, Godzilla. Beth said, Jet, you skipped over my comment. I don't remember skipping it, but I'm glad that I read it, regardless. Let's see. Kaylee said, I got tiny hands. No problem, Kaylee. Kaylee, what's your favorite game controller that you've like ever used? A lot of people really like the GameCube controller. They say it's like one of the best. Oh, the Wiimote is not bad, but I'd say it's like lower tier. I'm not a big fan of the Wiimote. It's just different. It's like different to the point where it doesn't feel like you're playing like a game, really. Godzilla said, Nick does not know how to read. Izanagi said, stick should be the dominant position, not the D-pad. Well, how are you holding your controller? Because I feel like dominant position's relative, right? So, if you hold your controller like this, your thumbs just go where the sticks are. If you're holding it like this, where your thumb's on the fucking D-pad, then that just sounds awkward. You can just hold it like this. And then when you gotta press buttons, you like tap across here. You know what I mean? But I think your default is probably on the sticks for a PlayStation controller. And then you pivot. But I don't know. Let's see, Beth said you did not read that comment, lol. Thanks for reading it though. No problem, Beth. Kaylee said the PlayStation 5 controller reminds me of androids from Detroit Become Human. Oh, because of like the color scheme? I can see that. Yo, that destructible barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric glass slash... What? Oh, I still have the interact prompt from over there. That's not this boombox's interact prompt. Yo, that phase barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your tangible slash intangible form and hit triangle to make the phase barrier intangible. Okay. You hit triangle, you can walk through the wall. Now let's look at the scoreboard. So you got level 1 score, you got level 1 time. And it's doing score as it should, and it's doing time as it should. So that's good. Let's see, Kaylee said, I like the PS4 controller the most, probably. Interesting, okay. And what's like your least favorite like game controller? Izanagi said, I hold my PlayStation controllers like I hold my GameCube controllers. The proper way. Don't know what that means. Let's see. You are a transforming robot on an adventure. What did you guys think about that tutorial level, by the way? I'd be interested in hearing you guys' thoughts on it. Let's see, Izanagi said, not impressed, very basic, no interesting use of powers, and some are just outright not interesting as a whole. Gazelle said, cool. He said it's better than Selling Out. Beth said, I liked all the colors involved. I'm glad that you liked the colors, Beth. Izanagi said, the electric walking and phase walking aren't interesting. Debatable. I got you, Izanagi. I can do something with them. Let's see, you are a transforming robot on an adventure. So, why do you think the electric walking and the phase walking aren't interesting? Kaylee said, GameCube controller is probably my least favorite. The little yellow stick haunts me. Yo, that's interesting. That is like a hot take. So, the little yellow stick on the GameCube controller, depending on the game, can rub you the wrong way, especially if you have to rotate it a lot or some shit. Really, if you have to rotate the sticks at all on a GameCube controller, I just remember like weird palms. But I'm surprised that you dislike it. A lot of people say that's like one of the best ones, a GameCube controller. I personally don't think it's the best controller I've ever played with, but it's not bad. I feel like a lot of people like the size of the buttons on it, and like the button layout. Let's see, Izanagi said, and the shot form is very basic, but serviceable. And then Godzilla said, right rocker. Godzilla said, not Godzilla, Beth said, I liked the GameCube controller. Izanagi said electric. Wow, I turn it on and I just walk on lightning platforms. Why would I not just have this on always? Why is it just I walk over it and nothing else? Because if you didn't have that, you would get hurt. Kaylee said, I like the layout on the right buttons. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. The fact that they're different sizes on the GameCube controller, I think is like somewhat unique. I don't think I know of anything else like that. Kaylee said, I just had a memory of that yellow stick annoying me in some games. Huh. Tell me more. Like, in what way? Was it like the feel of the yellow stick? Was it what you were using the yellow stick for? Like, was it the camera being annoying? The thing I don't like about GameCube controllers is that sometimes they'd be sticky. They like, you turn off your GameCube, and when you turn it back on, it'll be like, your character's always going left. They're always going left because the neutral position of the GameCube controller could shift really easily. And there was a thing in the manual where you had to like hold certain buttons as you started up the game in order to get your controller to not be fucked anymore. But I remember having to do that quite often. Let's see, Izanagi said phase walking is the same issues. They're just walking powers. What's wrong with walking powers? Gazul said always. So what's the right rocker? Let's see. Izanagi said they bypass an obstacle and that's all they do. That's what most powers let you do, is bypass an obstacle. Izanagi said there's no effort in using those powers. Izanagi, I think, is underestimating it. Okay, that's the short one and that's the tall one. Because it's not showing them in the image previews, I was like, what are these things that I'm stacking together? So let's see. Godzilla said, little yellow stick. Izanagi said, you skip stuff. What was the stuff that I skipped? What did I skip? What did I skip? Godzilla said it could be a puzzle. I do think it'll be good for creating platforming puzzles. Godzilla said this could be a puzzle game. Kaylee said, Little Yellow Stick, my rap name. Interesting rap name. I don't see what in the live chat has been skipped. Izanagi said nothing inherently interesting in walking. I said that. I feel like sometimes niggas just don't hear me. I feel like I did like react to that and like say something about it. Again, I have to agree with Godzilla. It's like a puzzle thing, being able to go through the different platforms. One of my favorite games, I'd say my favorite game for the Game Boy Advance SP was a Danny Phantom game where the whole thing was like you fight different ghosts. It's like a side-scrolling space shooter kind of thing, but you have to turn blue to not be hurt by blue attacks, and you have to turn red to not be hurt by red attacks. And then that was like one of the main gimmicks. So you'd be like fighting like hordes and hordes of enemies of different types, shooting their different attacks. And then you have to choose when you're like, okay, I want to be immune to the blue ones, but I still have to dodge the red ones and like do shit like that. And that's a mechanic that's literally just like, you can move without being hurt by a certain thing. And that's like the whole appeal of it. But it can be used in like interesting ways. Let's see. Izanagi said you did not. I'm pretty sure I did. Kaylee said my album cover is the pic I sent in Bussy Bread Club. Oh, I haven't checked out that picture yet. I haven't been looking at Bussy Bread Club. Godzilla said maybe you need to get a rock to put on a button to open a door, but there are obstacles. I've definitely been interested in doing some interesting stuff with the tangible, intangible, with like having things fall and stuff like that. Let's see. Kaylee said, what are y'all's favorite GameCube games? I'll have to think about that one. Like, favorite GameCube games? Maybe, like, Gun for the GameCube. It's like a cowboy game that I never hear anybody talk about. I enjoyed Gun. But I had, like, Jimmy Neutron, Attack of the Twonkies. I had Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. I had Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. I had The Incredibles. I had SpongeBob the movie, the video game for GameCube, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember what the fuck I played. I guess I'm gonna stand by Gun. That's one of those games on GameCube that I remember finishing. Like, I remember playing that whole game and beating it. But I don't know. Izanagi said if it was a puzzle thing, then you shouldn't have all the powers at once. It's fine to have all the powers at once. It's about using them properly, Izanagi. Izanagi said it should be only have one power at a time and need to know how to maneuver your powers with the puzzle. Nah, you can have multiple powers in a puzzle game, Izanagi. It's about how you use them. Godzilla said, Nick, you should get the powers once you finish the puzzles. You can start with the powers. The puzzles can just get increasingly more difficult. You don't have to actually limit the player's, like, power depth. Let's see. Izanagi said Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Godzilla said Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. Melee seemed cool. Izanagi said wow, would have never guessed. Then Godzilla said shush. This is kind of its own thing. This can be over there. Okay, and then here's the battery score pickup. There we go. Izanagi said Jet, at the very least, having all the powers at once should not be done in the first level. Why not? Why? I don't see what's wrong with having all the powers in the first level. It's not like... Because the first level's a tutorial that tells you how to use not all of your powers in that first one, but I didn't have... Like, you don't need to know about how to use all of them from the very beginning. It doesn't matter. As long as the player knows how to use each one that you're going to use in the next level, then in the next level you can challenge them to use them in interesting and creative ways. Let's see. Izanagi said, it should be something where throughout the game you get new tools for solving puzzles. You could just have new puzzles to solve with your existing toolbox. The variety can be in the puzzles. It doesn't have to be in the powers. But there are a variety of powers, but it doesn't have to be something that's like funneled to the player. Let's see. Kaylee said, do y'all ever play War of the Monsters? No, but I did have Monster House for GameCube, which I didn't remember until you said something about monsters. And what I liked about Monster House, it had a sub-game in it that was like Altered Beast, but it wasn't actually Altered Beast, and that was cool. I really liked that. But that's something that I just remembered. Thank you for reminding me, Kaylee. Let's see. Izanagi said, loading all the mechanics in the first level on the player is overloading them with information. That tutorial level that I did isn't like overloading you with information. It tells you what each power is. Well, it doesn't tell you what each power is. It just introduces you to some of your core abilities. And then it has you use them in the way that you would normally use them in a level. And then it lets you go into like the next level, and then the next level, which I'm about to make, you can actually do more shit with it. Let's see, Godzilla said, hey people, should I summon him? Or should I let him continue sleeping? Izanagi said, so where's that second level then? And Izanagi said, that's what I thought. I'm making it now. That's where I am.
Kaylee said, let him sleep a little longer. Don't want him to catch coronavirus. Kaylee said, did y'all ever play Serious Sam? I did not. Isn't that the thing with the rabbit? Godzilla said, alright, I'm gonna play Skyrim.
Okay, I hope that you enjoy playing Skyrim, Godzilla. So step 1. Delete the floor. It's always a good start. Step 2. Make a hexagon. Step 3. Put your character on the hexagon. Let's see. Kaylee said Serious Sam was intense. What kind of game is Serious Sam? Next step. Make that hexagon bigger. There we go. Step 5. Start creating the path from the start of the level to where you want the level to end. Also, I need to stop numbering the steps because it's not like I'm going to remember all these fucking numbers. Kaylee said it's a first-person shooter. Interesting. Kaylee said the series follows the adventures of protagonist Sam Sirius Stone and his fight against the forces of the notorious extraterrestrial overlord Mental, who seeks to destroy humanity. Maybe I don't know what that is, because I thought I knew what you were talking about. I thought it had a rabbit in it. I don't think I know what you're talking about. But that does sound intense. Or at least that it could be. It also sounds like it could be very cartoony, based on the description given. And you said the series. How many Serious Sam games are there? So you could start, and they're like 3 steps up. Godzilla said, okay, so it seems my game crashed. Wonk, wonk. Kaylee said, oh, a rabbit. I thought you said rapid. Nope, I said a rabbit, like the animal. Let's see. I want to have a drop off onto a thing. And then I want to have another drop off onto a thing. These are going to be steep falls. Okay. So right now what I'm doing is like kind of like a raw sketch thing. And I debate on it, because that's what I did to design the first level of it. It's something that they recommend in one of the Dreams master classes. But now I'm about to immediately stop doing that, because I don't know. I feel like sometimes you want to just design your like hazards and shit. You know what I mean? Like if your levels are heavily gameplay focused, doing all the stage design stuff is nice, but I don't know. They recommend that you do the rough thing first. Let's see. Godzilla said, so I can continue talking in chat for a little bit. Okay, ballin'. Kaylee said, I was like, yes, it's very rapid shooting. And then Kaylee said, rest in peace, Skyrim. Rest in peace. Okay, so let's see. So I want there to be a floor that blocks you from going here. And then you phase through said floor to go down to the next level. Then I want there to be another floor around here. And you'd phase through this floor to go down to the next level. But under this floor, it's gonna have to be like a steeper fall. So I'm gonna have to drag this down. I want there to be a hazard cube. What?
Kaylee said the kamikaze bomb guys and then she said in Serious Sam gave me nightmares.
Are they just guys who run up and explode? Is it like gory? Like, what is Serious Sam rated? Is this one of those stories where you go, yeah, I just shouldn't have been like playing it at that age kind of thing? Like it was like rated M and Kaylee's like 2 years old. Kaylee then said, ah! And then she said, there's screams, I'm telling you. Godzilla said, alright, I'm gonna go try to redo Skyrim. Okay, I believe in you, Godzilla, you got this. Dun 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Kaylee said, you gotta look it up. She's like, you must know my pain. Actually, yeah, that would be a cool idea. So, this platform is above a hazard cube. So you would start off, you go up here. When you walk up here, you can phase through the floor onto this platform. But then, if you don't make this platform solid, hazard cube, which isn't the end of the world, because for one, you have that one form that can just be electric proof. So you could actually change into that form and fall on that hazard cube and be fine. Like it actually wouldn't phase you one way or another. But if you don't do that, of course you would take damage. Also, you don't have to make this platform intangible. You could just phase through this platform. Well, sorry, no, you could just make this platform solid, not phase through it. And then just continue walking across. I could even make like a little path that you could take if you changed it back to being tangible again. And then Kaylee said, yeah, it was rated M. How old were you when you were playing like Serious Sam? Also, I'm trying to like pull two like thin little things when I could just stretch this one out further. And Kaylee said, probably too young. Hey, everybody does it. Do 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 do. My favorite game for the Dreamcast is Jet Set Radio, and in that, you get chased by the police. And I used to be kind of afraid of doing anything other than the tutorial mission. I used to always do the tutorial because I felt like it was the easiest one to not get fucked over by the police. But one day I was demonstrating the game for my dad, and dad was like, well, just show me the real game. Like, he's like, then just do the real game real quick. And then I did it, and it really wasn't that bad. I had just psyched myself out, and I just thought that like if I went past the tutorial, I was just gonna get fucked. Kaylee said, I blame Jacob. Jacob is Kaylee's brother. She said, he also made me play Russian roulette on Warcraft. They have Russian roulette on World of Warcraft? Then Kaylee said, lol. Let's see. This needs to be a bigger drop. Yeah. And then Kaylee said, not World of Warcraft. What is Warcraft? Do 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 do. And Kaylee said Warcraft 3, I think. So I guess those are the games that World of Warcraft are like in the same universe as, but it's like not the MMO one. Intangible. Tangible. Intangible. Yeah. So you can do little stuff like that. And Kaylee said, yeah. When you're doing it, does the camera let you know what's going on? How much is communicated to the player? Send you... Yeah, so you wouldn't know going into it. I could probably have, why does the camera not follow you? Hold on. It's like you kind of have to rotate the camera, and then once you do... Oh, fuck, I hit dash. Because I wasn't in the form that actually manipulates the tangibility of the platforms. It's interesting, actually, the concept of... And now you have to rotate the camera to see. Let's see. Not bodyguard attacker. We need tangible, intangible. Do 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 do. Yeah, like I think I could have a path that was like the hazard cubes underneath, and then a way for you to get back up there. Let's see.
So where are we at? Kaylee said they had servers, and Jacob made me do the Russian roulette one, and I didn't know what that meant. So when they started shooting themselves, I got scared. Then I won, and Jacob was like, huh?
Oh, nice. Congratulations on your victory. Dun, 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 dun. You gotta wake up earlier to have Kaylee lose at Russian roulette. An entirely luck-based game. Do 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 do. I started thinking to myself, there's probably social strategy in Russian roulette, actually. Like, it's one of those games where you could probably get away with talking people in to do stuff to help you get an advantage. It's kind of like chicken. Like, the concept of being able to, like, either psych someone out or convince someone to take, like, a heavier risk first to get out of having to take a different risk. Kaylee said, then I told people that I won in Russian roulette, and they thought it was a joke. Well, understandable. I mean, they probably would think it was a joke. Kaylee said, because if you're telling someone you played it, of course you won. That's true. Unless you're just talking to dead people. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Rotate the camera around. Could you survive with the electric proof guy for long enough? You could. You could. Like, if that last platform is legitimately the last platform of that, like, electric one, you could get there. Kaylee said, I was a child. I didn't know what I was saying. Well, I mean, you knew that you had won Russian roulette, so that makes sense. Do, 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 do. Kaylee said, imagine a child telling you that they played Russian roulette. I would just assume that they played like a Russian roulette game. There were kids who used to do stuff with that stuff like that with like Nerf guns and stuff like that. So it doesn't sound like crazy, you know, like that sounds entirely feasible. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did you ever do the finger thing, Kaylee? Where you had a knife and then you like go in between your fingers and shit, or like scissors or something? Kids used to do that shit all the time. Hella dangerous. They used to use like pins and pencils, and you'd see niggas like stab themselves, be like, I messed up. But that's just a thing. Like to me, kids do all kinds of crazy stuff. So that doesn't sound like too out there, you know? Kaylee said a kid saying, I played Russian roulette. Yeah, that doesn't sound that crazy. Because I wouldn't assume they did it with a real gun. I'd assume they played Russian roulette some other way. Kaylee said, yeah, we did that with knives and culinary. See? To me, it's just not that, it doesn't sound that crazy. Now, if a kid was like, I played Russian roulette with a real gun, I'd probably like tell their parents that they told me that. That is the concerning. Let's see. Kaylee said, kids say the damnedest things. Then Kaylee said, boy, how does... And then Kaylee said, never mind. How does what? Is everything alright? Okay. So we got the hazard cube set up down here. And then we're going to set 3 batteries down there for you to pick them up. Do 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 do. What is that? That's for the platform? Oh, they just float up next to those platforms. That's weird. Do 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 do. Oh, but Caleb, how's your day so far? I hope that it's been enjoyable. Okay. So I have a little trail of batteries for you to pick up as you go. Do 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 do. And I'll have a battery that's down here. Face to the floor, pick that up, grab those. I could add a destructible wall, which I forgot to include the little metal destructible wall thing that I made last time. So real quick, let me quick save. Quick save. It's a scene. It's a game. We're just gonna keep it as my creation for right now, since we're not really done with it. Let me go get that wall. I didn't even save the game in there. The fuck? What was I doing? Saving everything but the game, apparently. Going to edit. Okay. There we go. save that destructible wall. So, henshin robot. Doo 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 doo. Bum, bum, bum. So let's see. Kenshin robot. Destructive. I guess it's technically like themed to the disco thing, but not really. It's just metal. I would just say metal destructible barrier. I did have to change a little bit on that, other than just the styling. I had to set it to also be a target, because it wasn't labeled as a target before. So if you had an attack that specifically like hits things marked as target, it wasn't affecting it, which I thought was really weird. You think that would be like the main thing they would have named it, well, labeled it. I might get something to drink soon. I've needed to get something to drink for a while now, but just haven't. That would probably go down here, actually. It's one of the interactables. Okay. So we have the destructible thing. We can put the game in here. And we can, of course, put the level in here. Wow. And then there are other things that I kind of want to collect in here as well. Because there should also be, like, certain assets from there. Should be added. Like the big disco ball, that should be added. What else should be added other than the big disco ball? I probably don't care that much about that sound effect. That song, probably. It's like the only song that we have related to the game so far. The big disco ball. I didn't grab the finish line and like the logic stuff that we put in it. But I probably should have grabbed that. So I'll do that momentarily. The music and the disco ball don't have to be like right next to each other. That's a weird flex. What you guys are hearing are the neighbors' pets running around upstairs. Let's see. No, not that. The level itself. I was going to grab the finish and starting lines. There's nothing too special about them other than they're already sized to the player character, and they have some solid logic running inside of them that can be reused. There we go. Group. Contraption. And I can always edit this later to give it like more style. Attention robot. Race start finish. Making these collections is very useful for going back and doing things later, using like the same parts. And then go back to the race start finish, release that publicly. And now that that's public and the destructible target is public, and I need to make sure both of those are in the collection. Okay, race start finish. Those are more like obstacles. This is where I guess, well, it can probably go next to battery score pickup. I guess the tutorial thing can be paired with that. Those all have to do with helping you achieve your goal. The battery helps you get points. The boombox helps you get information. The start finish helps you actually like begin and end the level. There is another thing that I think should be added. The fire water skybox that I use. That can go with the disco ball. It's more just like an aesthetic thing that I added to a level to make it look a little bit cooler. There we go. I'll make it a lot easier for people to make their own stuff. So let's continue editing this. I'm gonna scoot the character starting area back a little bit. Lift them up. Grab the start finish gates. Scope. Remove from group. Angle that a little bit. Put your boy down on the platform. And then that's not a big enough platform. There we go. Do one of those numbers. I could see it being bigger. Now we can do something with that. Let's just put a few of these in the back. So I'm still rough sculpting the level, but I'm not doing the rough sculpt and then adding hazards and then adding like goals and effects and stuff like that. I'm kind of combining some of the steps together. So I have a better idea of how I'm meeting certain game design goals. Okay. There we go. Now we have a better overhead view. I think that looks fine. That's just to keep the player from, like, I don't know, backing up into death or something weird like that. It's weird. The dogs will go from not, like, doing anything all day to suddenly just having, like, brief moments of activity where they're running around. So you go through. You could phase through this to go down there. You could walk across that and drop. And then you could go through here with electric proof and then try to run back. But it would be better to collect these, drop here, go across there, and then get there. These blocks don't seem particularly even. Okay. So far, we're doing some quote-unquote interesting things with it. I'm thinking about making this one you have to collect so many things in order to get to the next level. Kind of level. So I may not actually use the race start, race finish thing. Oh, also, my stupid ass cloning multiple batteries that are all set to give scores for level 1. I never changed those to give level 2 scores. So I shouldn't have cloned a whole bunch of batteries that are all set for the wrong thing. I should change that battery first and then do it. So I'm going to get rid of the start and the finish things that we had set before. I'm going to make a doorway. Just pop it into the world. And then set up logic that says if level 2 score is greater than... Oh, and that's so weird. So I probably need to use a score modifier to grab level 2 scores value. Getter. Even though level 2 score has not been made a score yet. The game lets you roll with it even though it doesn't exist. So if level 2 score is equal to... Well, it should be like greater than or equal to. Let's just say greater than a certain value. That actually would be easier to do. Then it should trigger the doorway. And then make level 2 score equal to 0. No, those are still crammed together. There we go. And let's say when it's greater than, let's say 20. I guess it would be 19. Greater than 19. And this modifies level 2 score. And now I can duplicate these batteries as many times as I want. As long as I didn't mess up that one thing I just did. Because if that was messed up, then I would really just change those two things. I wouldn't change all the batteries. That'd be stupid. Okay. So you put one here. Put one here. 3 here. And you'll put 3 on top of the electric hazard path. Put 1 over here. Okay. Probably need to line this up. Coolio. So you run forward, jump up there, phase through that, run across that, phase through that, go down. One thing that would be interesting, I guess, is if instead of having this platform right there, you had one of these hazard cubes here. That filled in that space. And then you had a platform that was like right here. Because if I understand it correctly, yeah, you could just jump it. It does give you a little preview of what's to come. Ooh, when you hang your neck on the platform for a second. Yeah, so this area doesn't even really force you. Oh, the way that the fields work, you actually collect a good few of those, but you don't collect that middle one without using shockproof. You can use fan lift to get back up here. Oops. If you want to go that way. Because of all the different powers, you have a lot of variety in how you can do stuff. Putting the hazard cube there doesn't mean much. I wanted to do a thing where it's like, so here's an area where you like remember how to do the hazard cube. And then here's an area where you remember how to do intangibility. And then here's an area where you have intangibility and there are hazard cubes. You know, like I was trying to do something like that. So these trigger zones on these batteries are probably bigger than they need to be. Huh. There's barely space between, but there is still space between. So I'm surprised that that still triggered. Hmm. And that kind of would let you know that there are like electric platforms underneath. This first hazard cube is nothing. But you can like see through it. Also, I want to see how bad it is with the initial camera again. Let's rewind, I guess. Because I keep rotating the camera because I know that I have to. But the player wouldn't know that they have to. I want to add a boombox that would say something about it. I do get why you don't place all the stuff though. Like the more that I do place stuff, I go, well, the reason you don't place stuff is because later on you're gonna like redesign all these platforms. Like you rough sketch it with this, and then you go back and you replace stuff. But then when you replace stuff, you're gonna have to like move stuff around. You're gonna go, oh, I placed this boombox here. I gotta move the boombox and then put the thing in it and then go back. Oh no. Well then, I guess that's the other way to think about it. So if you rough sketch using hexagons to draw out your thing, then why not just make your custom platforms first instead of, and then rough sketch using like the custom platforms or something? My mind's like all over the place on this. I'm like, you could just do it differently and it'd probably be fine. So the last world was like a disco kind of thing. Let's customize this. For one, let's look at some, well, first you gotta really set looseness, I think, before you really start seeing like fleck effects pop off. So what fleck is this? It's on heavy fleck. What about square fleck? So we have squares, circle flex, triangle flex, hexagon flex, dot flex, scribble flex, veiny flex, splat fleck, straight fleck. We already saw heavy. Hatching fleck, cubist flex, impressionist flex, expressive flex, which does have an interesting look to it, baroque flex, and like streaky flex. if we did circle flex, I kind of have a little bit of an idea. So, going to edit sculpture. Well, first, before we go to edit sculpture, clone that. Don't do it like that. Click that, hit here. I guess I would push this down a little bit. I'd take this one, put it on top. That sounds very backwards, actually. You think you would put this one on top. The one that you made smaller. There we go. I potentially could make that looser. We'll see momentarily. So we're going to change up that top one a little bit. It's not going to have the round flex, it's going to have the streaky flex. And then exit out, we're going to go into coat mode. That's a very strong green. And then for the bottom one, I'm gonna go for like that more dirty color. They're both very like blocky. We can fix that with a little bit of style. Loosen up the top one a bit. Comb it up a little. Go in here, effects. Hold on. Turn up wave. The grass should be much flatter. It's kind of like a little hedge thing, almost. I don't know. I feel like I'm not the best at creating things that look supernatural. Well, it's weird to say supernatural, because that would be more like, ooh. I think I'd probably do better at making something supernatural. I was thinking maybe like outdoorsy, but I have like a robot character. Going industrial with stuff makes more sense. But I guess I'm like, what kind of setup would I want? Like, what kind of world am I trying to create? And what kind of varied terrain would exist in such a world? I don't want to use the platforms that I used last time. That's a weird idea. I could make it look like water, but it's not water? I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, I'm still stuck on brown. Undo that. Okay. We're going to go into style mode. Too loose. Maybe like that much looseness. You don't have to do too much with water to make it look like water. Splat flex. The material type I would go with would probably be clay, like for the finish. Probably like a shiny clay finish in coat mode. Shiny wax, that's what they call it. They don't call it clay. Then you go to effects. You turn up the wave. So if you turn up wave really hard, it's all moving. Let's see. Is there a way for you to mess with like the opacity of it? Let's see. Visible is like one setting. You see it or you don't. It's not like a slider. You could have a power that freezes water. That could actually be interesting. Let me make a duplicate of this. And then for the duplicate, we'll do stuff like go into effects. Oh, it wouldn't have to be a duplicate. I'm being stupid. I know what I need to do. So you would go into gadgets, processing, microchip, place the microchip here. Inside the microchip, you could have, it wouldn't need to be a timeline, it'd be like a keyframe or something. This is exactly the same thing as the intangibility thing, but it's water. Like, my thought process was like, what if you had water platforms that you could move through, but then you could also freeze? I was like, hey, that would be different. That would be crazy if you could do that. And I very quickly realized that's just the shit I already was doing with the intangibility. If you imagine that just looked like water, and then you could fall through it, but then it looked like ice when it wasn't, and then you couldn't fall through it, it'd be the same thing. So the water platform thing, at least for a power thing, is stupid. I thought it was interesting, the idea of having a platform that looked like water. Excuse me, but you can walk on it though. Like, I think that's an interesting concept, I guess. It looks so solid though. I mean, it's meant to be a platform, so it being solid looking isn't that crazy, but I don't know.
I'd say back to the drawing board on that one.
I want to come up with something cool for this next environment. Yeah, and it's also like what environment has video game based stuff in it. Because it's like a heavy platforming kind of thing. It's more like, instead of trying to emulate some kind of real environment, I should just think, what do I want this level to look like? And just think about it like that. If I think about it like that, there are probably some cool industrial things I could do. So let me go in. I don't think you can do finishes in here. It'd be cool if you could do a whole bunch of stuff from that little tweak menu. You can, but not the stuff that I have on my mind. So let's go for like that gray. And then we'll give it a metal finish. Okay. So it just looks like a big metal platform thing. I was thinking, what if it had like tubes that jutted out of the side and stuff like that? I'm like, you'd never see that though, because they're gonna hexagon piece together. I'm going to use this to form over these things. So you would never see, I mean, you'd see the pipes that stuck out of like here and stuff like that. Like, it would really depend on what angle you saw it from, whether or not you would see pipes and stuff coming out of pipes. And this cube's placement is still stupid. How weird is that first jump? Is it jumpable? If it's jumpable, you go shockproof. Yeah, it's jumpable. Get rid of that. Get rid of that little extra platform thing then. Just make them use shockproof to go across there. And then I have two different things that I wouldn't mind making as tutorials. Yo Godzilla, welcome back, it's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? So you can use shockproof to get across that. And since this is fresh after the tutorial, it's not like they don't know how to use shockproof. Godzilla said, now I have a question. Why do the lizard people have breasts? In like Skyrim, do they produce milk? If they don't produce milk, then got me. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some smoothie, but I'm still here. I can still see what you guys are saying. Godzilla said, I don't know. Well, that's what breasts are for. They're for milk. So, I don't know. I mean, men have breasts. We don't produce milk. So, there might be other reasons. I don't know. Why do you think lizard people have breasts, Godzilla? Godzilla said true. Do lizard? I don't think lizards produce milk. That's like a mammal thing. Since they're lizard people, maybe that's part of like their people aspect. Godzilla said, and lizard people lay eggs. Well, that's part of their lizard aspect. See, they're a little bit of both, so they have a little bit of both. I think that sounds right. While eating, I like scraped the roof of my mouth. So the roof of my mouth is just injured, And it feels weird while I'm like drinking. Ah. Oh, but how was Skyrim? Tell us about your adventures. Godzilla said, but in Skyrim, lizard people are just lizards but stronger. That doesn't sound right. You said they have breasts and shit. Do they walk like people? Chickens have breasts. They lay eggs. You can have breasts and not, like, produce milk. That's just like a piece of the anatomy. Godzilla said they walk like people. Yo, Volt. Volt said, hey, yo. Welcome to the stream, Volt. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on this stream? Godzilla said, they're like mutated by some tree stuff. Godzilla said, but Nick, they are lizards. Yeah, but lizards aren't that far away from, like, birds. Reptiles and birds are closely related. Godzilla said they are lizards. But they're clearly more than just lizards. Godzilla said, Nick. Volt said, my day's going good. Volt said, how about you, man? Fantastic as always. Thank you for asking. Let's see. Right now, I'm working on the second level of a game. If you want, I can show you the first level of the game. Godzilla said they are mutated lizards. Does the game just straight up say they're mutated lizards? And also, mutations can introduce new things to their anatomy. So that could be the excuse. I imagine they're probably like magically mutated lizards or some shit. Godzilla said yes. He said mutated by tree stuff. Well, then that explains it. The tree stuff adds whatever non-lizard things the plot wants it to. It's like a contrivance. Let's see. Godzilla said it's not really mutation. Then Volt said TMNT. It's probably just magic stuff. He said, but it's like these tree things. Like, I like these lizards, let's make them big. It's more than big. It seems like they made them humanoid. I think this is different from just big. You know what I mean? Let's see. Godzilla said, and now we have lizard people. Godzilla said humanoid and big. And then he said, and a little bit smarter. A little bit smarter. Can they talk? If they can talk, I'd probably say a good bit smarter. Can they use tools and weapons? That's a big step up from like a lizard. And Godzilla said, yeah. I'd say a lot smarter. And then Godzilla said they're a lot more smarter. So let's see. And then Godzilla said, they are still really like primitive. I mean, aren't they like a new race of being? Humans didn't start with a whole bunch of shit, you know what I mean? Tony Stark built his armor in a cave with a box of scraps, my guy. mankind starts humble and then continues to progress. And I would say the lizard people are probably similar in that regard. Godzilla said they like make stuff out of sticks and stones. Yeah. That's how we started too. That's not that crazy. Ooh. Okay. This is like an interesting idea. Fuck, I couldn't remember what the tangible guys thing was. You don't need it. You don't need it. Okay. Bet. Oh, fuck. Interesting. That's not what I intended to do. Is that jump too far for you to do in shockproof? Let me rewind. That was like an interesting idea. Okay. So then you have that wall there. I mean, to be honest, you could finesse it. Fuck. His last words were, "You can finesse it." Fuck. I was wondering if I could dash over it. Shockproof, go across, hit this, more forms, tangible, intangible, phase. Okay. Now I want to use shockproof to go forward. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to jump that, I don't think. Let's see, Joe King says hello. Yo, Joe King, welcome to the stream. Is good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for you, boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Let's see. I imagine you are a fan of Tiger King. It's been quite the popular show. Do 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 do. I think Joe King said, "Did you make this?" This is a level in progress, so I did make what you're currently looking at, but this is like very early stages of level 2 of a game that I'm making. I'm trying to see if I can do my shockproof form and then jump on that platform. Joe King said, "I was in here when you were doing the sword." Oh yes. The sword was quite stupid. The sword was just a silly thing that I was doing. Okay. Fanless, fuck. Yeah, I don't think there's enough time for you to run across there and then go back in. I want to see if there is enough time, though. Ooh, shit. I forgot that it was still intangible. So right now, the way this level is set up, it's supposed to be you collect enough batteries to end the stage, is the idea. You can make yourself immune to the electricity. You go over here. You have these solid platforms, right? But then if you turn into your tangible, intangible form... Ooh, shit. I don't know why I did it above the electricity. Because the intangible guy isn't shockproof. Go. Okay. Fuck. It's still intangible. Joe King said, "I tuned in yesterday, but my comments weren't going through." YouTube will sometimes censor comments. I don't know why. It seems arbitrary what YouTube will choose to accept and not to accept. I knew you could finesse that. Joe King said, "Can you show me the first level?" Yeah, I can show you the first level. Give me one moment. I'm probably going to get rid of that wall that I put there. I don't think it does anything. But I can show you level 1. We'll quick save for now. Ding 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 ding. Joe King said, "Cool character design, by the way. Thank you kindly." Izanagi is another guy who like watches these streams. He doesn't care for it at all. Let's see. So let's jump right in. Kaylee said, I'm back. Welcome back, Kaylee. It's good to have you. How's your day so far? Hope you're doing well. Joe King said, good effort for your first project. Well, I've made other stuff in Dreams. This isn't like my first project at all. Okay. Yo, always gotta stay charged. Try and collect as many batteries as you can to get the highest score possible. Kaylee said, got me some ramen noodles. Me and Anthony miss Kamado ramen. I feel like I didn't say that right. It's probably Kamado ramen. Still probably didn't say it right. Anyways, Joe King. So there's like a tutorial level, but it has 2 paths, and you can pick which path that you want to take. But you have to take both paths if you want to get the highest score possible. Yo, that platform is too far away to jump to. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your dash/skate form and hit the square button to dash mid-jump to cross the gap. Let's see. Joe King said the music is smooth. Thank you kindly. I didn't make the music. The song called Dreamcast, if anyone wants to use it, and it uses the Dreamcast startup effect. Okay, so I'm going to actually restart the level. I'm going to rewind, and then I'm going to take the second path on the left. Godzilla said, alright, so I found out that it was just the company making it easier. What company making what easier? Kaylee said, you should do voiceovers for your stuff. I've thought about it. I haven't done any voice recording stuff in Dreams yet. Joe King said, you should turn off motion controller movement on your tune. I like being able to, like, move your head and stuff. I feel like it's very emotive. Let's see, interact. Yo, that electric hazard looks pretty dangerous. Use R1 to access the transformations menu, transform into your electric blast/shockproof form, and hit triangle to temporarily become immune to electric hazards. And when you transform, your appearance changes. Now I'm in shockproof mode. Interact. Yo, that platform won't be easy to reach. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your fan lift/fan push form and hit square to summon an invisible fan under you to propel you upwards. Joe King said, roll your controller 360 degrees towards you. I already know. On the bigger models, he would like fold his head beneath his legs. I think they fixed it on the little platformer guy. He doesn't do that. See, he like clicks back forward. It's not that he completely rolls under his legs anymore. It's just now he's bending straight. To show you a side view example of what's going on. See? He no longer does the thing. I mean, it still looks dopey as a bitch, but it's not what it used to be. The tall guy has a jankier animation. Kaylee said, Joe King, do you also play Dreams? Joe King said, LMAO. He said, looks hilarious. Here's the fan lift, fan push transformation. It's definitely dopey. Yo, that destructible barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your electric blast/shockproof form and hit square to blow apart that barrier with an electric blast. Godzilla said, so for the adventure, I was playing as an orc that is also a were-shark, and I basically was just ravaging the land and eating vampires. You're talking about in Skyrim? They have They have playable were-sharks in Skyrim? Joe King said, I do play Dreams, Kaylee. Kaylee said, what's your name on there? I'll follow you. Joe King said, this guy's a dope streamer, though. Oh, thank you kindly, Joe King. I appreciate the compliment. Yo, that phase barrier is blocking your path. Use R1 to access the transformations menu. Transform into your tangible/intangible form, and hit triangle to make the phase barrier intangible. Let's see. More forms. What up? And then you can go to the finish. And that's pretty much it for the tutorial level. Let's see. Godzilla said you can be a werewolf. Joe King said name's Yukabong though. Godzilla said, and I got a mod to reskin them to be were-sharks. I see. Godzilla said, only for me though. No one else is a were-shark. I got you. Joe King said, I'm dropping a map soon. My last project got copyright. Oh, you got copyright striked on your last project? What was it? And tell us more about the map that you're dropping. Also, Joe King, if you're interested in any of what you just saw in that first level, all of that stuff is public. So if you wanted to check out any of it, all you'd have to type in is like Henshin Robot, and it's all saved in the Henshin Robot collection. You can remix and use any of that stuff in any way you want. Joe King said it had 500 plus likes, and then he said the first level is great. Ooh, congratulations, by the way, on your 500 plus likes game. That sounds really good. The highest likes count I think any of us have reached has been Kaylee with her escape room game. And I think she has between like 80 and 90 likes on that last time I checked. Joe King said it's an explorable environment and a graphics showcase. What would you say is like the theme of the environment? Is it like varied? He said it was a Star Wars game. I'm curious if I've seen it before. Is it the one that had like, you played as a stormtrooper and it was a first-person shooter and you could unlock like currency that you could use to customize your guy? If so, I might have played a little bit of that. If not, then I don't think I've seen it yet. Or at least I don't think I saw it before it got the strike. Are you going to try and save that Star Wars game by like changing the assets and stuff like that? Godzilla said, you mean a clone trooper? Yes, a clone trooper. Joe King said, I call my new piece Personal Paradise. And then he said my Star Wars one was called Secret Sith. Secret Sith is a cool name. I vibe with that. So I'm thinking, if I set these intangible platforms up as so, where it's like really long, if you're too far to the left or to the right, you would just fall into nothingness. But if you fall right down the middle, you fall in the electric hazard. But if you're shock-proof, you'll be fine. I almost want to get rid of this platform right here. But I could see the appeal of that platform. Let's see, Joe King said it's private, but I can give you a private access if you want to play it. How do you give people private access? That kind of reminds me of setting videos as unlisted on YouTube, kind of thing. Kaylee said at Joe King, I like your realistic sculpture. Ooh. Tell us more about your sculpture, Joe King, the one that Kaylee is referencing. Kaylee said, I liked them all. Let's see. Going to angle all of these up. Joe King said, yeah, pretty much just make it unlisted and then link it. So how would I visit said link, like within Dreams? Like if I wanted to play it just from Dreams. Joe King said, I've been making low thermo assets. Ooh, that's always helpful. Having stuff that like doesn't consume too much of a player's meter. Well, creator's meter. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if this is the right direction for the level. There's really no reason to phase down. Because it's not like you're blocked off from progression. You can just go straight. Which is similar here. Like, you can just go straight. So I'm trying to figure out if this is the right move. So Joe King said, I send it directly in-game. Oh, like you share it. I understand. And then Joe King said, they have a realistic look. Realistic looking assets for low thermometer sounds, excuse me, pretty good. I dig that. More forms. I go shot-proof, cross this, collect these. Go here. Let's see. You can fall here. Yeah, it's like, I have intangible floors, but what do they do? It's like, all progression has very little to do with verticality, other than the fact that you're moving downward. Walls, on the other hand, like actually like stop progression. And then that's when intangible stuff makes more sense. Let's see. Let's redo some stuff. Joe King said, here, I'll give you private access. Be right back. So if you want to try it, it's here. It's there. Okay, ballin'. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can hit it up. I still have some stuff that I need to figure out about how I want to do this level to make it, like, interesting. I'm going to keep this stuff that I made and probably put a platform under this guy. And then we can check out your level. Speaking of copyright strikes, do you got Star Wars music in your level? I'm probably gonna get, not a strike, but a claim, which is fine. Claims don't really hurt anything. They just prevent me from making revenue. Thank you for the friend request, by the way. Truly appreciate it. I'll put the floor under him. And we'll just hit save for now. So exit creation. Joe King say, can you accept the request that I sent you? Yeah, most def. Give me one moment. Oh, I got a level up. What level is it? 45. Okay. Checking notifications. People really seem to be using Stone Pillar Platform a lot recently. Oop, thank you for smashing like on Henshin Robot. On Avatar Player Character. Oh, he hasn't shared it yet. He's probably going to share it after the friend request thing. How quickly can you accept a friend request? Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. I went to friends, but I probably should have went to notifications. Do 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 do. So I gotta wait for it to load. And you go over, you hit accept. I have a whole bunch of friend requests, but I don't know who some of these people are. Do 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 do. Going back into dreams, and we're back. I need to get my inspiration up for this level. Joe King said, you now have private access. So then through dreams, do you just share it to me? He said, search Secret Sith. Is it like you set it to where your friends have private access? So then you don't have to actually send it to anybody? Boom, 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 boom. So, oh, these are browsing things that you can remix. I see. I need to go to Dream Surfing. Joe King said, maybe not. So, I couldn't find Secret Sith within Dream Surfing. But once you do share it, I wouldn't mind checking it out. We got a notification. Hey, there we go. There it is. Joe King said, I'm not sure how it works on your end. So let's check out Secret Sith. I like the cover page that you have for it. Joe King said, I know it's in-game. Let's hit it up. You can use force powers to move certain objects. That is a very moon jumpy flip. Oh, you have like a force meter. I see. Dash mid jump. Let's see. So you can actually do attacks while in midair. What was that? So what does that do? So that's your block. You can block in midair, which is also interesting. Joe King said, this was my first project. And he said, hold the touchpad. I like to experiment, actually, a lot of the times. Rather than look at the controls. So you can dash mid-jump. I'm trying to figure out what you would set for dash. Oh! So up on the D-pad controls whether or not you have your lightsaber drawn. Okay, let's see. So that's... Oh, okay. This is like force push. That's force pull. Wait, sorry, opposite. Pull, push. Block. Still don't know what R2 does, but I don't think it's a dash. I don't think it's just pushing the stick. Also, these just look like ledges, but you cannot actually get on them. try to jump it. Yeah, I just jumped it. Let's see. I can't tell if those are pickups. I think they're pickups. Yeah, so the green ones are health and the purple ones I guess are the force. Let's see. Godzilla said R2 then D2. Time your attacks for longer combos and more damage. Don't mash. Yeah, it does punish you for mashing. What if you hit the same button? I think it's that they have like cooldown timers. So it's like by the time you finish doing one, the other one has cooled down. Joe King said lol. Can you deflect the lasers back? I don't think they deflect back, you just don't get hit. Joe King said combos only work on enemies. Okay. So you can't practice them in the air. Well, not in the air, but like against the air. Looks like I need that key card. I can use that rock to climb. I just need to position it right. So the key card was up there. Do I need the rock to get up there? Let's see, Joe King said, this was my first project, so bear with me. Well, no problem at all. Let's see, hey! Got him. Womp. Let's see. So I'm trying to see. Ooh. I'm curious if enemies spawn, or if there's a finite number of enemies. Godzilla said, poor battle droids. Poor? Are they not being paid? Likely not. Joe King said, it has 500 likes, so apparently I did something right. So far, it seems like a very solid level. I'm like enjoying it. I'm trying to see what all I can get away with in the level. So you can get on top of the features. Hold on, let me get back up there. Joe King said, you do need the rock, use the force. So I'm still trying to figure out if you really need the rock, though. Because I think it really depends on how you implemented the doorway. Joe King said invisible walls are everywhere. I see. But I got on top of this rock before. And I think I can do it again. I need to replicate the angle that I used to get on top of the rock previously. Joe King said one guy jumped outside of the map on stream, lol. I need to jump less once I make it on top of the rock. Okay. So there's clearly like an invisible wall around there. And the invisible wall has some verticality to it. So the key card's over there.
Can you climb that little pillar thing and cheese it that way? Godzilla said, who is her master? Joe King said, my man really trying to break the system. Ooh. So this one feels a little bit more achievable. Like cheesing it from here. When I jump and force pull, does it gravitate me toward whatever rock face I'm going toward? Okay, so there is a little invisible wall right there. Because I was like, I wonder if I could jump to that. Kaylee said he loves doing that. Like Adam from Funhouse. Joe King said her master is Darth Jar Jar. And then Joe King said, nope. She gets pretty high up with that flip. Okay. That's interesting. The way that the invisible walls are placed. Joe King said the Force only works on foes. So you've listed the rocks as foes? Why doesn't the Force work on foes and targets? It's just interesting that rocks are foes. Let's see. There was a rock that you wanted me to pick up when it did the camera pan thing. I'm trying to remember where the rock was. Also, there is an invisible wall over here. I wasn't sure. Joe King said, so you can move them as a physics object. And then Joe King says, circle to dash, by the way. Which, oh, that's what uses the white circle. Okay. Godzilla said, Nick, are you still sad? Sad about what? Oh shit, go down. How can you cheese? Yeah! Okay, check this out. So, you can dash into walls, and your forward momentum from the dash against the wall just pushes you up. Godzilla said yesterday you really wanted to go to the store to get a smoothie. I have smoothies at home. I would still love to get like milkshakes and stuff, like more milkshakes, but I'm not sad. Ah, shit. So let me get that cheese back. Godzilla said, no, Nick. Yeah, yeah. And I replicated the shit too. Fuck a rock. I don't need a rock. I have the Force. Oh, you die if you fall? What? What? Goodbye. You don't need the dash for this like first gap, you just goot it. Joe King said, nice cheese. Thank you kindly. I think I already have the key card now. So now I just need to remember where to go. Do 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 do. Joe King said you will need the dash. What happened?
Force powers are always useful. Push. Push. Pull? No, wait, this is pull. Push. Push. Hit it. Push. There we go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum. I think the text is supposed to tell me what to do. Let's see. Godzilla said, but you were broke, so you were telling chat to give you money. And then Kaylee said, selling out. I'm not broke, my guy. I'm not getting shakes because of the pandemic. Though I did get a delivery shake from Sonic. I only did that once since the pandemic. Wow. Let's see. Godzilla said yes, selling out. Kaylee said, lol. A rock nearby to use to get up. Get up where? Get up there? Fuck a rock. Jordan said, hey man, I just set up StreamYards. He said, I'd like you to come up. What are StreamYards? Also, Jordan, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I'm trying to cheese the Star Wars game. Then Jordan said, yeah. Hey. That's the cheese. Jordan said, I will link you. It's very cool. What is it? He said, mod me so I can link you. What? There are no mods here. Do. Get that door out of here. Joe King said, can we discuss CBT? What is that? And then Joe King said C and BT. Jordan said, you gotta end this stream. Nope. Jordan said 1 minute mod and then unmod me. Nope. No mods here. He said so I can link you. No mods here. Speaking of no mods here, what happened to the door? Oh wait, is this the proper door? Ah, I see. I was facing the wrong door. Joe King said, that's fishy. Jordan said, okay, bye. Godzilla said, this is a communist society. Hey, we made it. Get up there. Nope. Why is that enough to kill you? That shouldn't even be that big of a fall. Godzilla said we are equal. Godzilla said we are all mods or none of us are mods. Okay. Oh no. And we're back. Dun 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 dun. This is dun 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 dun. Why is the fall height so sensitive? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh my gosh. And we died. Godzilla said, Nick, I think this game would be better if you played a lizard person. I didn't make this game, Godzilla. Joe King made this game. Joe King said, could you survive that fall? How high up do you think this is? This is maybe like a 1-story building. I don't think you die. You'd probably take damage. I think Godzilla said joking. Okay. This, in comparison to that, this might be a 2-story building. Maybe? Maybe death? I guess from up here. Godzilla said, I think this game would be better if you played as a lizard person. Oh, I have 0 key cards. So I have to go find more key cards? I'm trying to read that message. This section is still a work in progress. Check back often and leave some feedback. Long way to go. Thank you for taking the time to play it. If you would like to develop this project with me, send me a message on PSN. Oh, okay, so this area isn't necessarily done yet. Alright, cool. Joking. Thank you kindly for sharing this with me. I am going to leave a thumbs up on it. I hope that you are able to, because you said you got copyright claimed or striked, retrofit it. And I don't think it would be hard actually for you to retrofit it and for it to just not be a Star Wars thing. You know, you could change that beginning menu. You could change the title of the game. You can make the droids not look like Star Wars droids. You could probably keep the lightsaber. To me, lightsabers are kind of, ambiguous things anyways. As long as you didn't call it a lightsaber, I don't think it would matter. But I think you could change a lot of the elements of your game and it still work out. You know what I mean? Joe King said you'd for sure break a leg. Godzilla said dosha forever. What's dosha? Then he said dosh. Then Joe King said shame. I couldn't complete it. You could always just make it not a Star Wars thing and it would be fine. Oh, they're set to follow, aren't they? So if I don't move very quickly, yeah, they just stand there. I'm not in attack proximity. But if you jump, it sets them off. Let's see. Joe King said, I subbed to you, by the way. Thank you kindly, Joe King. Appreciate it. Let's see. That was 22 minutes ago you shared that with me. So that was 22 minutes of gameplay. Godzilla said, I'm gonna resubscribe. Joe King said, I'll let you know when my new project is done. Okay, thank you kindly. I appreciate that. I need more inspiration. Need to figure out what I want to do. Let's go through. So let's delete these things. I could delete this guy as well. The work in progress thing. I won't, I guess. Godzilla said, why is it censoring me? It's censoring. What are you saying? I imagine you wouldn't be able to say what you're saying if you're being censored. I have no way to know. So if I searched here, and I said most thumbs up, and then I said remixable, and then I said dreams. Wait, hold on. Remixable probably isn't a setting for dreams. Is it remixable for scenes? Okay. So that's the most thumbs up remix scene. Controllable rolling object. Which house dynamic scene? Ancient Times Town. Godzilla said, I'm just saying that Dosh is the planet of the lizards in Star Wars. Oh. Volt said, yo, I'm back. Yo, Volt, welcome back. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics that they can talk about on the stream? Ancient Times Town. They made a whole ass town? Oh, if you walk in that house, you die. Don't walk in that house, guys. Death is over there. I think if you walk in any house, you die. Don't walk in the house. You could probably put level entrances in each of those areas. Huh. It's like a hub world. This little town is. That's how I imagine it. So this is remixable. Anybody can use this. These stairs lead to nothing, pretty much. Just a little crevice. Oh, wait. I saw something. Yeah, there's something like up and to the left. But you can't actually reach that something. There's a little block right here. It's too tall to jump on. And there's a sword in the middle of town. You could do a lot of cool stuff with this, I imagine. I like that they made this. So this is remixable. Anyone could use this for a level. Or remix this and do something interesting with it. Yeah, I like that. They also made Ancient Summer Times. Kaylee said Volti. Oops. I died once again. Kaylee said, what game is this? So these are things made by Media Molecule that are remixable. So like anyone could use this stuff that you're seeing right now and like make a level using these things. So if you wanted to make a game that was in ancient times, they made an ancient times town. They made this place that they call like Ancient Summer Times. Whatever that means. Kaylee said, oh, cool. I keep trying to explore these little places that they made, but a lot of them have like little gaps where you can just fall and die. Like, I don't even know what got me that time. Yeah, there's not ground there. There's stuff like that. Godzilla said, it's a dinosaur. It is indeed Godzilla. Yeah, I don't know why there are so many gaps. Holes get at me. And there are areas where you think that you could jump up, but you probably can't jump up. Kaylee said, Dino, soar. And then Godzilla said, soar. And Godzilla said, ah. Fuck, I had finally, like, made progress and jumped onto something. Oh my goodness. Ah. She's tiptoeing in her Jordans. I don't like this one as much as the town. I'm gonna skip the thumbs up on that one. Volt said I keep getting distracted. How's everyone's day going?
Fantastic always, thank you for asking. How's your day so far, Volt?
Godzilla said my day's going good. That's good to hear, Godzilla. Hey. Do 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 do. That has 4,000 thumbs up. That's a lot of thumbs up. So all these scenes are remixable scenes. But these elements can't be organized by remixable for some reason. Why is that? Godzilla said, my day's going good. Then he posted a bunch of symbols. I need inspiration. A lot of times this happens. It's like I'll make like a level or something or a character and I'll put a lot of time into it. And then I'll finish something and I'll be like, do I want to continue that or do I want to do other stuff? And then my brain's like, what if you did other stuff? And I'm like, what other stuff is there to do? Kaylee said, play some random games. I could do that. Auto surf. The last roll of toilet paper. Kaylee said it was hilarious seeing what the community jam stuff you got. I'm glad that you vibed. Godzilla's still posting random stuff. Beth would like this. Your roll of toilet tissue. There's coronavirus stuff. Let's see. Kaylee said Beth would love this. Godzilla said random stuff. Godzilla said this is a language. Volt said this is a weird one. This is a meme one, Volt. This one's doing stuff with memes. And it's also a 2D platformer. The design of this is very simple, but it doesn't seem badly made. That diagonal platform's actually pretty cool. I like the way that he did it, because not only is it moving diagonally, but it moves through moving hazards. So you have to really think about how you're going to position yourself in reference to the things moving around you. Can I go through the platform? You cannot. You have to go on top of the platform. Do 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 do. Hey, exit reach. You get in the car. Kaylee said, "Oh my gosh, that lady." Fortnite, work in progress. Kaylee said, I kept seeing her in characters. I believe I've seen the dude that was walking around in the store used in like animations and stuff. This is just the test map I took from someone else. I'm working on my own map with Salty Springs, so stay tuned. Okay. Godzilla said Fortnite. Kaylee said Toke 420. How do you shoot your gun? Oh. Oh, there we go. Who's shooting at me through these walls? Bullets don't give a fuck about walls. Okay. Kaylee said pacifist Fortnite. Volt said ew. Godzilla said they're shooting you through the walls. Oh, it's like real Fortnite. They have hacks and shit on. I'm sorry, they respawn? The first nigga I killed, I don't think respawned. Why is it that when you pull the trigger, it goes away? Godzilla said, would rather play Minecraft, 0 out of 10. Volcano Survival, I've heard, is quite good. Okay. Volt said Minecraft is bae. Volt said I simp for Minecraft. So this is a try to stay alive for as long as possible level. You know, maybe when doing my game, I was thinking too hard about how to make a level that utilize the player's abilities. When instead, I should have been thinking about just how to make a level that I would enjoy, regardless of what the player's abilities are. Because level design can be just as fun, if not more fun, than doing shit with abilities. Godzilla said, Minecraft is great. He said, go get the Cocoa Puffs. There you go. So, we tried that game. I saw a guy try and grind that game for a while on YouTube. If you guys don't watch Project Genesis, I highly recommend checking out Project Genesis. Co-op fantasy RPG, Heroes of Aldrenware. Kaylee said this one was cool, in reference to the survival one. Start game. I've yet to make a game that's just a multiplayer game where you have to fight. And it's like last man standing or something. Godzilla said, can you be a lizard guy in this? I just started the game, Godzilla, maybe. I didn't make this game. So, what do you both think the reward will be for this little crown retrieval stint? Is that truly all you can think about? Beef? This is important business. My name is Garvin, and of course I do. We aren't all well off like you and the king's favorite knight here. Oh, I changed my voice, but I should have just still been the first guy. My name's Garvin, and of course I do. We aren't all well off like you and the king's favorite knight here. Ex-knight, and this will be my last quest for the king. I only wish he'd told me that I'd end up as some sort of chaperone. I might have reconsidered. Enough, the both of you. Once we're finished here, we can go our separate ways. Now, let us get ready. Kaylee said, where's the lizard guy? Do they have hot wings? The sooner I can get back to my estate, the better. I can't tell, is there music in that scene? Choose your character. The magic one. The thief. The knight. The magic one. Clearly. Bitches, 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 fucking trolls. I don't need to know the controls. Bitches, 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 bitches. Godzilla said we need to find the lizard. Kaylee said this is cool. I'm glad you're fucking with it, Kaylee. Bitches, 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 bitches. Hey. Godzilla said the great lizard of dreams. Bitches, 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 bitches. Godzilla said he's just running. He said, look behind, Nick. Shit. Can you not actually jump up there? Where am I supposed to go? Ryan said, hello. Yo, Ryan, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Let's see. Fuck. I went back to the last zone. Go back. Godzilla said, never mind. Kaylee said, lol. Then Kaylee said, Ryan. Well, no, it's not Ryan. Ryan. Last time I couldn't jump it. Oh, you got double hops. Do double hops. Yeah. Do. They too have the hops. Do. Fucking tree thing gets in the way of the jump space. No, it doesn't. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. Now I'm in a trap. Do. Ryan said salutations, Kay. Kaylee said Rye1 is his robo name. Rye1. Do. Kratos said, you still didn't pronounce how she says it. How does she say it? Does she say Ryan? So this is where they ran off to. It certainly doesn't look very inviting. Were you expecting a welcome mat? No one guarding the entrance. No lookouts. Strange. Which likely means something is amiss. I don't like this. You don't like a lot of things, I gather. Nonsense. I like it when you're quiet. Enough, you two. The more you argue, the longer this will take. Let's proceed with caution. When did he become the leader of this group? Alright, let me read through where we are in the live chat. Godzilla said he's just running as fast as he can, not looking back. Kaylee said, Kratos. Ryan said, is Kratos even here? Then Kaylee said, no. Then Kaylee said, you are Kratos now, though, so yes. Then Ryan's like, Oh, you can reselect your character. When you're not selecting her, she's reserved. When you select her, she brings out the magic and the sass. The king's crown is probably at the end of the cave. Kaylee said the magic is from her sass. Magical sass. Magical sass. Dun 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 dun. They're all dead. Hey, the crown. Over there. The king's crown. Godzilla said you're gonna fight a dragon and just run away from it. Hey. Godzilla said, and then you're gonna run away from the game. Then you run away from the PS4. Godzilla said, then you run away from your room. Truly, King won't notice a missing jewel. We'll say a bandit took it. Remove one stone from that crown, and I'll remove the breath from your lungs. Well, you heard her. Just grab the crown. We're finished here. Kaylee said, I also run away from all my problems. Then he runs away from the earth. By the gods, you two are no fun at all. And then some bullshit. The battle begins. What is that? Trouble. Hey, so that's the game. So you can kind of just run through it. That's how a lot of RPGs are. I liked it. Dun 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 dun. Kaylee said, that's a dope monster, actually. I'm glad that you vibed, Kayleg. Okay. So here's what I'm about to do. Kaylee said, I like this game. Then you should go on Dreams and smash the like button. Godzilla said, no, he runs away from the neighborhood. Okay. How do I make a 2-player game? I've never done that before. Godzilla said he runs away from his city and then his state. Excuse me, then his country. Then from his continent. Oh, boo! Boo! No one likes that puppet. Stop! Boo! Here we go. Godzilla said, then from the earth. Dos Negros. Do 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 do. Can I set them as like player 1 and player 2 or some shit? Do 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 do. Okay, we're gonna enter play mode. I'm gonna turn on a second controller. Okay, I'm gonna log in as Kaylee or whatever. You are in offline mode and playing restricted Dreams experience. This means that you're in offline mode. Some features like community jams and tutorials and shit don't work. Okay. So you make 2 niggas. And then you possess both niggas. And then you can control both of the guys. So making 2-player games is as simple as just putting 2 characters in a world. And then they can both be possessed. I can work with that. That seems pretty simple. Okay, cool. That's all I needed to know. Well, no, it's not all I needed to know. Fuck that. Let's go back in. Edit mode. I was about to see if there were 2 imps for a second. That was gonna blow my fucking mind. Anyways, what happens if you say forced possession on a puppet? Like, what if these were both forced possessions? Maybe in the controller logic you can specify. Maybe not the controller logic. Maybe the controller. I don't fucking know. How would I say that one is player 1 and the other one is player 2 or something like that? Like, how do you specify that? Ah. Wait, what the fuck? So these are different controller things. I didn't know that you could set things for L and R and L3 and R3. You can set shit for the touchpad. I see people do that all the time, and I just never realized how they were doing it. What? Godzilla said it's oppressive against people without money. Kaylee said, yeah, that's just more controls. Okay, here we go. You can be like player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. So I can be like, you're player 1. And it is in the controller logic. That's what I thought. Kaylee said, I thought it was players at first too. Okay, and then open up the controller logic. And then you're player 2. Okay. And then we're going to set them both to forced possession. Forced possession. And go like across the street. Forced possession. Play mode. Oh, cool. Making multiplayer games is going to be easy as a bitch. Okay, we got this. I'm going to start making some local multiplayer games, because that shit seems like it would be very simple to do. Edit mode. So first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to cut off the Kaylee controller. We don't need this. Not right now. There we go. We'll turn on Kaylee's controller later. Kaylee said, if you make one, I can get my dad to play one with me this weekend. Then Kaylee said, rip K nasty. So first things first, we need to differentiate between player 1 and player 2. So I'm going to color code them. Do 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 do. And also I could straight up just tag them and name them and shit like that. Make it easier. So this one's player 2. Player 2 I'm going to make red. Kaylee said, what kind of games are you going to make? All kinds of games. You know why? Because I think making the multiplayer games is easier, because the objective can be beat the other guy. Beat the other guy. Oh, you got him. Oh, you beat the other guy. Oh, that's great. I don't think I have to, and I know this is going to sound weird, I don't think I have to think as much to make a game that's just, you gotta beat the other player somehow at something. So I'm gonna make you red. Kaylee said, oh, so fighting? It doesn't have to be a fighting game, Kaylee. It's just, you set up an objective, and then you just go, who can do it first? Who can do whatever it is first? Also, I'm stupid. That's gonna be really handy, so I'm just going to keep that open all the time. Forever summer. Sometime spring. Okay. Kaylee said, oh, beat a different person, not the other player. What? You do beat the other player. No. Not beat as in, like, beat that ass. Beat as in, like, you beat at a challenge, like at a game. Okay, check this out. I've never used this. This is called the ball dispenser. It dispenses balls, as the name may imply. Okay, then we got a goal target. Kaylee said, I thought you were making Mortal Kombat type at first. Nope. Here's the blue goal. Kaylee said, beat thy ass. I could see that being some character dialogue. Okay. It said reconnect controller or log them out to properly remove them from the game. Rewind. Okay. Kaylee said, I'd like to design a character for a Mortal Kombat type game. It'd be fun to create. I'd get you on that. Okay. The ball fell off the world. Do we get another ball? We do. Ball dispenser knows what's up. Big pimpin'. Big pimpin'. Goal. Okay. Big pimpin'. Oh, I missed that one. Yo, why is it dispensing so many balls? It ramped it up. I fucked up. What makes it dispense like 3 balls? Volt said martial law. When Eminem makes sure that the 2 trailer park girls do not go around the outside. Goodness. Kaylee said around the outside. Goodness. It is much harder to like kick these balls than I thought it would be. I think the ball dispenser was made with a bigger puppet in mind. The smaller puppet just hits different. Also, the way I have the portal set up, there's space between like the portal and everything else. Ryan said death rate due to coronavirus highest for black Alabamians. Let's see, hit it up. Hey, we got 3 goals. That's like good game. So this is like the most basic ass of soccer games. Orange team wins. Whoever that was, actually. I just realized the orange team wins thing doesn't say much. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. When the game's over, well, for one, reverse. Let's see. Kaylee said that'd be cool to play with your robot characters. If you played it with the robot characters, then you'd have all these like different like powers and shit that you could use while trying to score the goals. So I definitely see where you're coming from. That could be cool. One thing that kind of upset me about the ball dispenser, it started dispensing like way more balls than I thought it would. Like, what triggers a dispense? Max balls 4? Nigga, max balls 1. What game are you playing? Max balls 4. Let's see. Kaylee said, y'all remember Burger King games? I actually really love playing Bumper Car 1 a lot. Burger King games? You mean like the Burger King games that were released for the Xbox 360? Like the Sneak King, which is a stealth game where you give people burgers? Like, is that what you're talking about? Because I never played a Burger King game, if you're talking about those 360 games. Now, if you mean like the little toys you get at Burger King, I used to play with stuff like that. Oh, she is talking about the Xbox 360 stuff. Yep, never Never had any of those games. I've seen them on Game Grumps though, and they seem pretty silly. Kaylee said Big Bumpin' was a lot of fun. You could always try to make a game inspired by Big Bumpin'. Let's see. So right now I'm creating like the simplest two-player sports game. Like super simple. Kaylee said Big Bumpin' is my nickname in high school. Okay, now we're going to go and give it that streaky eeky fleck. I still have time. Not ruffle. Streaky. Go into effects. Turn up wave. Yeah, I mean, simple sports game is simple sports game. Now, I don't want to do anything to spice it up too much. Let's put a default song in it. I want this to be super basic. That seems wholesome. Let's see. So we got some music. This game is supposed to be quite generic. So I don't think I need to change too much. Let's make this thing big. Like really big. There we go. What happened to that ball? I didn't even get the chance to score it in. One thing I don't like about it is that you have to wait for that thing to say score 3 points to win. But the characters can still move around during that time. And also the ball dispenser doesn't wait for that thing. Right now, I would say the character mobility does not make it feel that fun. Your characters are kind of slow. So I would say one thing that I would want is like to increase the running speed. I also need it to trigger a doorway on game end. I also should change the player colors. Or at the very least change this player's color to be orange if we're going to play it like that. This could be a 4-player game, and you could have like a goalie. Yo, Kaylee, once we start actually like hanging out in person again, we could actually like make 4-player games to play when we get the crew together. Let's see. So yeah, these movement speeds, these are pretty ass. So your base movement should be like 7. And then when you run, it should be like 14. You should be like the fucking Flash. Kaylee said, hey, that'd be fun. Ooh, I'm glad that you vibe with it. Okay. That nigga like jumped into me. Oh my gosh. You're so fast. And your running is so stiff. He needs like more responsive controls. I want to be able to turn more on a dime. Gosh, you run fast. Godzilla said, Nick, remember when I drew you as a deranged monster? I do. That was yesterday. There we go. This might be too fast. Let's see. Godzilla said communityism. I don't know why the balls will disappear so quickly. Volt said, I promoted communism yesterday. Get it, 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 get it. Hey. Yeah, I think I made them too fast. The player characters, I mean. Let's rewind back a little bit. Let's make it 3.5 and 7. Oh, rewind. Let's see, Godzilla said, I promoted to watch Nickabenson yesterday. 3.5 and 7. Volt said, I promoted selling out. Okay, so this running speed doesn't feel bad. This feels good. What? The ball like vanished before I could like score my goal. Fuck. I think it's like destroying the balls on like an interval. Like it's just doing it whenever. It's not doing it like when a ball is destroyed necessarily. Oh, I have the goals on the wrong side. That actually makes a lot of sense. Excuse me. So if we take these and we flip them around, do 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 do. I was thinking you put the ball in your respective, like, I thought you would protect the goal that was your color, but it's the other way around. It's that you would put the ball in the other person's goal. Okay. Well, no, it's that you put the ball in the goal that's the color of you. So that's powered on. Score logic. Score target. Triggers. Score logic. Outputs. Triggers. Or score blue score. It knows the scores of each individual thing. That makes sense, or else it wouldn't be able to determine who won. Godzilla said, Nick, remember that it's AI Dungeon 2 today. I remember. AI Dungeon 2. I am entirely aware of this fact. You guys know I fuck with the AI Dungeon 2. Want. Godzilla said, I hope the pay to actually win the vote thing won't somehow get into AI Dungeon 2. Let's see. AI Dungeon 2 on Wednesdays is still a thing. How would you guys monetize AI Dungeon 2? How do I keep the game from starting until after the timer thing is gone? Godzilla said, Nick, will it? And then Godzilla said, wait. And then Volt said, we don't vote for AI Dungeon 2. AI Dungeon 2 just is a scheduled thing that we do. Let's see. Points remaining, complete. Target score. What starts the animation thing? At the beginning. Godzilla said, well, an easy way to monetize it is eating shit and dying. Volt said, do the vote thing for the prompt we do in AI Dungeon 2. So people get to vote for like what prompt, but then people could pay if they really wanted a specific prompt. That honestly doesn't sound that bad. Ryan said, tell me about this communism you promoted. Let's see, it's 9:45 p.m. I have 15 minutes left and I'm thirsty. Let's see. Godzilla said communism equal more money. Volt said make it where paying only counts for 1 or 2 votes. I would be down for paying being equal to the number of votes could be equal to the number of dollars. So it would depend on like how much you paid, if that makes sense. Godzilla said, so $1 for 1 vote, but you could always have 1 vote for free. You know what I mean? So you get like, everyone gets 1 free vote, but then if you want to add additional votes, like to put odds in your favor, then you start putting money down. So technically, if you spent $1, you'd have 2 votes, because you have your free vote, and then you'd have the vote that you spent $1 for. Does that make sense? Let's see, Volt said I was pointing at Godzilla's comment. Then Ryan said smells like plutocracy. Then Volt said that seems overpowered. I don't think $1 per vote is like overpowered. Also, someone would really, really, really want to have a prompt. You know what I mean? To put any significant amount of money into like what we just described. You know what I mean? Also, Godzilla said also paying for playing another game seems OP. Paying for playing another game seems OP. So, how much do you think it should be worth for someone to be able to change the whole game? Like to be like, you know what, I would rather watch this, and I would like pay you to watch this. Because one way that I think about it, right, is that there was a time where like Netflix was like $10 a month, right? So people used to spend $10 to have like a whole month of streaming all sorts of like different content, right? If someone's willing to pay me $10 right now just to like play a different game, I'm like, what? Like the value proposition, it just is weird. It's weird. But I'm like, I'm down, because that's like them saying Netflix subscription back in the day equal to you just playing a different game right now. And I'm like, wow. You know, that's flattering and it's money. Godzilla said, and saying, if Beth likes it and you all donate, we will play this game. John Mason said, hey Nick. Godzilla said, that sounds OP. John Mason said, been busy all day, working and writing all day. Yo, John Mason, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics that you talk about on the stream? This stream's gonna end relatively soon, but don't worry, we got AI Dungeon 2. AI Dungeon 2 coming tonight at midnight. John Mason said, oh yeah, and Vanguard is out. Vanguard's out? Like on the normal Google Play Store, the mobile app? I wouldn't mind not only hitting that up, but having my girlfriend hit that up and see if we could get into it. That could be an interesting bonding experience for us. Godzilla said, and bad. Volt said, I get what Godzilla is saying, because that cuts out the other viewers. And then John Mason said, on Play Store. And then John Mason said, oh, nice. I get where you're coming from. I think we could do things more vote-based. I still don't think $1 per vote is overpowered, though. Godzilla said, money is not everything. Money isn't everything. I'm not saying that. It also has to require that people are willing to pay the cost. You know what I mean? So, like, a system like this only works if people are willing to spend money in order to do stuff. Let's see. So we got it set up. Also, when it comes to like power to the viewers, I understand where you're coming from, I'd say in some ways is giving more power to the viewers than they had before. At least viewers who want to pay for the stuff. You know what I mean? Because before, you couldn't just change the game. Like, if you didn't like it, you just have to sit with it. But if you got money, then you just do money. Let's see. Dad said, why are there no synonyms for the word dreams? I feel like that's not true, but I just don't know. Like, I feel like I just don't know if there are synonyms for dreams, which is different from them not existing. Also, hey Dad, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your boy? And any discussion topics like talk about on the stream? John Mason said obstacle course. This is a 2-player sports game, but it's not working because the ball didn't summon. Here we go. Ryan said, yeah, Vanguard parties are out. The revolution will be stateless. What John Mason is talking about is the Vanguard mobile card game being released on the Google Play Store, which I'm excited to introduce to Beth, because that could be something that Beth and I play together. I don't know why the ball dereses so soon. If left to its own devices, it'll poof. Yeah, why does it poof? I'll kick it toward the goal, and then it gives up on living. There might be a range sensor, where if the ball goes out of a certain range, it just no longer works. Volt said, then what happens when someone pays for you to change a game, and then someone else pays for a different game? I think they have to pay more money than the first person. So if the first person's like, hey, you're playing like Kingdom Hearts 3, I'd rather you be playing Dreams, I'll spend $10 for you to like switch over from like Kingdom Hearts 3 to Dreams. To which then I'd only switch over from a game if it was a game that I could kind of like get a stopping place in. You know, like if we were in the middle of Jackbox, I wouldn't be like, Jackbox is over right now, we're gonna switch to something else. It would be like after we finish that round of Jackbox, the person who paid for us to do something else, so we do something else. And if it was like Kingdom Hearts 3, I would hit like a checkpoint, and then we would like switch to the other thing. And if it was like Dreams, I could just save. Like, Dreams isn't really that deep. I can always just hit save, and it'd be fine. But we would hit a stopping point. If it was... I don't think I would ever do it for AI Dungeon 2. I wouldn't switch up on AI Dungeon 2. But if someone voted that we change over from Kingdom Hearts 3 to Dreams, and they spent like $10 for me to change the game, then I change the game to Dreams, and someone goes, hey, I'll spend $11 for you to change back to Kingdom Hearts 3. I would continue the Dream stream for a little bit. I wouldn't immediately do a swap back, because I wouldn't want the person who spent the $10 to get nothing. So maybe do Dreams for like 5 minutes or so, and then switch over to, or maybe even 10 minutes or so. If you're going to spend $10 for a game switch, you might as well get like 10 minutes of gameplay of whatever the game switch is. So I could play the thing for like 10 minutes or so, and then switch back to Kingdom Hearts 3, so on and so forth. Godzilla said $10 seems fine. Yeah, I think $10 for switching games isn't that weird. John Mason said, oh, but cool, some AI dungeons. Yeah, I'm hyped for AI dungeon. Most def. John Mason said, if someone paid you $1,000 to stream yourself dressed as Barbie for the next month while gaming, would you? No. That doesn't seem worth it for $1,000. I don't even have Barbie stuff. How would I even do that? It's weird to say it's not worth it, because it's not even like Barbie stuff is that weird. It's just I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have access to it. John Mason then said, interesting. I don't think anyone's ever requested that I dress a certain way for money on stream. John Mason said, so how was your day, by the way, Nick? Oh, fantastic as always. Thank you for asking. I still need to check out your artwork, by the way. Also, you mentioned you were writing. What were you working on with your writing? Godzilla said, I want to do cyberpunk. And then Godzilla said, I think I love cyberpunk. I also would be down for cyberpunk. It allows us to do modern stuff while also doing, like, sci-fi, fantasy, kind of crazy stuff. So I'm down for cyberpunk. Weekly is also an option. We haven't done weekly yet. Excuse me. So, spawn new ball is triggered by a signal manipulator. It's triggered by a node. There's a timer. 0.1 seconds? What? Okay, there's a trigger zone. That's what that's connected to. Well, it's connected to triggers, plural. Trigger zone ball. Everywhere. Here, not here. How does it work? It tracks the ball everywhere. What the fuck? Let's see. John Mason said, remember that dream journal I told you about ages ago? I do. He said, I was going through it a while ago, and I saw I had a prediction dream of the coronavirus. Tell me more. Volt said the weekly ones, from what I've experienced, are kind of boring. One was Tiger King. That's the only weekly one I've done. And I do agree, it was fairly mundane for what it was. John Mason said, oh, just a short story. He said, I can send you the dream if you like. I think it would be interesting to talk about on stream at some point. Also, I have like 2 minutes left. I probably got to wrap up the stream real quick. Beth and I do our talk time from 10 to 11, but at 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I'll be back with some AI Dungeon 2. Let's see, Godzilla said, it's like big cat zoos and shit. He said, I would play as Mechanical Devil. John Mason said, the story is actually not your type of thing, but it's an idea I just had to write. Interesting. Ryan said, why does cyberpunk exist? Volt said, Mechanical Devil seems to be Godzilla's new OC. That's true. Godzilla said, I don't know, but I like it. So cyberpunk, I think what Ryan's trying to get into is like the political reasons for cyberpunk, which is like a legitimate topic, no lie. Element, no, it's a scene. There we go, it's a game. Just said it is done. Because I don't have time to name it and everything. John Mason said, my type. Oh, okay. Beth says 10 p.m. No problem, Beth. I'm about to log out of the stream right now. John Mason said, Magic the Gathering has a Godzilla theme in the next set. Ballin'. I'd like to thank you guys for watching. If you guys like this video, make sure to smash that like button, favorite, comment, subscribe, and ding, 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 ring the notification bell to notify that. Ding, 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 ring that notification bell to be notified whenever you do these live streams. It's your friendly boy, Jeb, like the only logging out. Peace, chicken guy. Bye.